Good afternoon and good morning to all the audience today. My name is Rose Chitanuwat. I'm going to be the moderator for the today's session. Welcome to the Driving Profitability and Innovation in Poultry webinar by Lachance Group. So right now we are going to be together for the next 4 or 5 hours, which is going to have a well-known expert speaker from many countries. I would like to welcome you all to meet our speakers, which is going to start in next 2 minutes. The webinar today is focusing on application of unconventional feed ingredients and nutrition booster in poultry. So you may see already what is Lachance Group producing, and today we have the expert who is working on the technical on the nutritional feed ingredients and going to be used in the poultry for very important things is to improve profitability and bring innovation into the poultry production. Firstly, with me, we are going to have one of the known speaker in Thailand, Dr. Chaiyapoom. He is the professor of the Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Agriculture at Carcass University in Thailand, which is very well known. He has earned his master's degree and PhD in agricultural science at Gifu University in Japan. Professor Dr. Chaiyapoom has known as the head of Department of Animal Science of Carcass University since 2006 to 2014. He has gained various experience, also published international publication and books, and he also did many research on the ingredients, especially for the poultry sector. May I now invite you to meet with Dr. Chaiyapoom and hear from his presentation today. Please start, Doctor.
Hi everybody, thank you very much for introductions. May I share my screen first? Okay, now you can see my presentation. Okay.
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I would like to say thank very much that invites me to have a talk today. My topic is how we can improve the productivity and the carcass quality of the meat type duck. Okay. Before I come in the detail, I would like to show you just only the productions of the meat type duck or the duck meat around the world. For the top 10 countries, of course, China is the number one of the countries who produce the duck meat, following by the Myanmar, Vietnam, and Malaysia is number 7. So I just want to tell you that in the world, meat type duck productions, they are mainly produced in the East Asia, like China, South Korea, and Taiwan. And another part is the Southeast Asia, Myanmar, Vietnam, Malaysia, and sometimes Thailand become top 10 the countries who produce the meat type duck. Okay, and from the Europe is the Hungary and Poland. Okay. So it means that for the Southeast Asia country, we produce the duck, and then we know that the duck is quite easily to get the heat stress. Okay, although they have very high tolerance to the disease, but they do not tolerant for the heat stress. For the heat stress and in the tropical countries, when we produce the duck, meat type duck, they will get easily for the stress, and then they get easily to have the poor productivity if they get the problem with the heat stress. So the nutritional strategies and even the management is very important for the duck productions. We began interesting or the duck maybe 10 years ago, allow 12 years ago, and then this is our first publications. We try to know the pattern of their body weight development, and then we compare using the artificial neural network compared with the nonlinear regressions we published in the journal of the applied protein research. And then we found the same thing, that the recommendations of the strains for around 40 days, the body weight of the duck, I mean for the Cherry Valley, should be bigger than 3 kg. Okay, and then we are focused on the sex. Okay, you can see this at the 42 days of age. The different sex between male and female are not so different. The body weight is around 3 to 3.2 kg. So it means that for the commercially, we do not separate the sex, male and female, because the body weight of the male and female is very similar to 42 days. And when we take a look at the feed conversion ratio, I mean for the FCR, we can see that for the male have the better FCR than the female, and during 7 to 42 days, the FCR of the duck should be average, okay, 1.8 to 2. This is the FCR of the duck that have been done in Ksesat University. We kept the animal in the evaporative cooling system. So it means that we can reach to the standard or the strain recommendations of the Cherry Valley if we kept the animal in the evaporative cooling system in Thailand. And then we try to compare the development between broiler chicken and the duck. Okay, you can see this is the broiler chicken. The body weight of the male and female become different from 4 weeks of age. Okay, so this is that why we can produce the broiler chicken separately. We can have the specification of the feed or the management difference between male and female for the broiler chicken. But for the duck, you can see for the duck is from 6 weeks of age. We cannot see the difference between male and female. And then from the 7 weeks of age, we can see the male is bigger than female. So this means that we do not need to separate the sex in the duck productions. Okay. Moreover, we try to understand about the body energy accumulations or the efficiency of the energies accumulations or the protein retentions. From this graph, we can show you that there are very close relationship between the body energy reserve and body fat. So you can see that the fat have very big impact on the energy accumulation in the body of the duck. From this, we use the slaughter technique to try to take a look at the heat productions. The heat production is very important when we keep the animal in the tropical countries, because the heat productions can suppress the feed consumption, and they have a poor FCR. And then higher heat production will let the animal easily for stress. Okay, so from this study, our study show that the heat production will be declined when we can have the higher energy accumulations or the improve the efficiency of the fat energy accumulation in the body. So it means that we need to improve the energy efficiency or the energy accumulation in the body to reduce the heat productions in the body too. So from this study, we also try to see the correlations or the relationship between the metabolic stable energy consumption and the heat production. You can see when we take a look at during starter or the global period and the finisher period, you can see that during finisher period, you can see the difference between metabolic stable energy intake and heat production too. So in this state, I can say that body energy content is closely related to the fat accumulation. So this means the fat is very important in terms of the energy accumulations in the body of the duck. The sources of the starch and fat are very important because the starch and fat are the main energy supply for the duck's body. So we have to concern about this very much, not just only the metabolizable energies. We have to take a look at the type of the starch and the fat too. For the during finisher period, the feed and feeding management may improve the energy utilization. So this means that we need to concern about the energy utilization during the finisher period of the duck. So it's not surprise that nowadays they have a lot of reported about fat sources in the duck. This is the study from China. In the protein on 2020 and 2019, they talk about the fat type and emulsifier to improve the fat utilizations in terms of the lipid metabolism and even for the amino acid digestibility too. I will show you later. From this study, I just show you a little bit for the different sources of the fat, because so many people just think that fat is fat and then they give the same the energies or metabolizable energies, but in terms of the duck, it's not true. The fat quality is very important for the duck productions. From this study, they also use the bite salts as the emulsifier, so they try to improve the fat utilization in this study. And I show you from this study because I quite interesting, because they use the Peking duck. That is the difference from the cherry wallet or the primo or the ovia that I have used in our studies. So the final body weight of this study is the allow 3.5 kg at the 42 days of it. That is pretty high or heavy of the body weight. But for the FCR is quite poor, because according to our study, the FCR should not be exist than 2. But from this study, they have the 2.3 or 2.4. So it may be difference from the strain or the genetic difference. But anyway, our study also found that at the 7 weeks of age, from 7 weeks of age, the efficiency of the energy retentions become constantly, but for the efficiency of the protein retentions still declined. Or it means that for the efficiencies of the energies and protein utilization or the accumulations, for the energy is the better than the protein after 7 weeks of age. So when the pig is grown up, the protein utilization is going down. So this is that we have to be careful for this. So during 0 to 7 weeks of age, the digestibility, the ratio of the protein and the energies may not so difference, but from the 7 weeks of age, the ratio of the protein and energy, or energy per protein ratio, must be different from the starter and the grower period. And then the ratio of energy per protein or amino acids would be changed very much if we produce the duck in the older than 7 weeks of age. But normally we do not produce that older than 6 weeks of age. Normally we send or finish our production at the 42 or 43 days of age. I mean for the 6 weeks. We do not produce this longer than 6 weeks. Not too much. Okay. So reducing the protein, balancing amino acid, replacement of the energy source using the ethylene fats may be the thing that we can concern about that. And we also take a look at the anatomical aspect. We try to look at the development of each part of the body, like the development in each part, and then what is going on and what is happened when it's growing up. So the thing that we have done is we take a look at each part of the body from the 14 days, 21, 28, 35, 38 until 50 days of age. And then we would like to know what is changing of the body compositions when they grow up. And then in terms of the percentage of the body weight, okay, in terms of the percentage of body weight, for the male and female do not difference between each other in terms of the carcass composition. So it means, like I mentioned before, no need to separate the sex of the male and female of the duck in terms of the productions and then productivity. We just found that the skeleton of the male is bigger than the female at the 50 days of age. Okay, so it means that if we take a look at the breeder, okay, maybe we have to concern about the mineral accumulations and the bone. And then when we take a look at the another as the weight in gram of the duck, you can see this is the changings, the fat and skin and total fat is the biggest proportions of the body. And then number 3 is the breast meat. The breast meat is increasingly very sharply after 35 days of age. You can see this one. Okay, and then from the bone and skeleton become number 2 because we do not include the head and the neck into our data. So the bone skeleton become the number 2. And then this is the type, drumstick and wing. Interestingly, for the feet of duck is very low. So it means that they have very poor development of the feet when we compare to another part of the body. So until this step, I can say that the duck have really surrogates of the leg. They have negative correlation of the leg bone and another part. The duck should have the problem with the leg, particularly when we produce the bigger size of the duck. And then, so we have to concern about the calcium accumulation in the bone. The bone strength must be concerned again. And phosphorus and calcium sources and even vitamin D have to be intensively be careful because of the duck and the bone, the leg of the duck is have the very poor development, as I told you before. And during initial period, the breast meat shall be increasing and increases, and then specific amino acid may be required. Of course, we know that the first limiting amino acids of the duck is still methionine, but when we take a look at the growth of the breast, maybe lysine or branched amino acids maybe is very important for the muscle development during this period too. For the body energy reserve is closely related with the fat accumulation and the fat energy metabolism too. Okay, so we also take a look at the development of the gastrointestinal tracts of the duck too, and then we calculate back as the volume and density of each part of the small intestine, and we compare between the broiler chicken and the duck. What we found at the provinculus, we found that the pH in the provinculus of the broiler chicken is lower than the duck. So what does it mean of this? The meaning of this is the higher pH in the provinculus can produce lower pepsin productions. The changes of the pepsinogens to be the pepsin would be poorer than the broiler chicken when we take a look at the duck. Okay, So from this, the digestibility of the amino acids of the duck when we compare to the broiler chicken should be poorer in terms of the pH in the protein too. Accordingly, 10 years ago, there was reported about the amino acid in ducks too. These researchers, they also reported that the amino acid in terms of the AID amino acid of the duck is lower than the AID of the broiler chicken. For the broiler chicken, they have the digestibility about 76, but for the duck is 69. I mean, they have the difference around 6 to 7% that lower than the broiler chicken. The same thing recently in this year, 2022, there was also a report that the total amino acids of the digestibility in terms of the SID, the standard diareal digestibility of the duck also between 63 to 68%, particularly with the essential amino acids much more lower than another amino acid too. Another study, we also try to understand the development of the gastrointestinal tract. You can see this is the duodenum, and this is the ileum, and this is the ileum and jejunum. You can see that the volume of the duodenum is lower than the ileum and jejunum. It is not surprise because of duodenum is the part of the digestion, and then for the ileum and jejunum is the part of the absorption. So it have to have the higher surface area and the volume to digest to absorb the nutrients. Okay, and when we calculate that as the density of the small intestinal tract, you can see this one. After 33 days of age, the density of the duodenum, jejunum, and ileum is very low and become saturated from 33 days of age. So it means that the digestibility, the absorptions of the nutrients from the 33 days of age will become saturated. When we take a look at anatomical change of the small intestinal tract. Okay, and how about the feed efficiency? During this time, the feed efficiency should be poor, or the FCR should be poor from 35 days of age. Okay, and when we matching the body weight and the growth curve of the body weight, and then the density of the small intestine, we can see like this. And then taking a look at the changes of the slope of the growth curve, you can divide it into 3 phases. Accordingly, for the recommendations of the feeding phase, we can divide it into three phases: 1, 2, and 3. 0 to 21, and 22 to 35, and 35 or 36 to finish. Because of during from 35 days, the density is very low, and then the body weight, the growth of the body becomes saturated. Okay. Accordingly, when we use the data from the Cherry Valley, and then to plot the graph as the FCR, you can see that during the starter and the grower period, the curve of or the slope of the FCR is not so high, but when it's become during finisher period, the slope of the FCR is very high. It means that during the finisher period, the digestibility and the FCR should be very poor, according to the changings of the anatomy of the small intestine and then the body weight. So we also take a look at the gut morphology too. For the villi height, we know that the villi height is very closely related with the absorptions of the nutrients. When we take a look at or the compare between the chicken and the duck at the duodenum, you can see the chicken, the broiler chicken, have the higher significantly than the duck. You can see, if you take a look at this is the villi height of the broiler chicken, and this is the duck. If you see like this, I think that the duck morphologies, the height of the villi of the duck is near the peak rather than the broiler chicken. You can see like this. And the jejunum also is the same thing, and then ileum also the same. So it means that in terms of the digestibility and the absorptions of the duck should be better than the of the broiler chicken. Sorry, for the broiler chicken should be better than the duck. And more clear picture, we can see about the villas per clip ratio. We have the same picture of the villas per clip ratio in the duodenum, jejunum, and ileum. For the broiler chicken also better than the duck. And then when we take a look at the villa surface area, you can see when we calculate as the villa surface area, the chicken have the surface higher than the duck, 40 to 60%. And then this is the jejunum, and this is the ileum. So it is not surprised that for the broiler chicken have the better FCR. So commercially, we know that the broiler chicken at the 42 days of age, the FCR should be 1.7 or 1.8. This is a normal thing. But for the duck, we have allowed 2 or 2.1 of the FCR. So this is the thing that we have, we confirm for the digestibility, particularly for the digestibility, because if the duodenum, the broiler chicken have a higher villus surface area than the duck, up to 40 to 60%. This is the picture of the gut morphologies of the FCRs of the broiler chicken is better than the broiler, better than the duck. Okay, the same thing we really agree with this study from Evonik too, that they said that profit efficiency determined in broiler cannot be applied for the duck. Of course, we also agree with this. And then the thing that we know about the broiler chicken nutrition cannot be applied to the duck diet. High digestible ingredients should be provided because of they have a quite poor digestibility, the absorption, inclusions of the co-product in the duck diet have to be carefully. If we want to use the co-product, you have to and include them in small amount of the co-product, and then take a look at the response. Be careful from these my suggestions. And then how we can improve the digestibility, how about the feed additive that can improve the digestibility of the duck diet. Not only the digestibility, the absorption, we have to take a look at the meat and the fat developments, because the meat is very important in terms of the chicken and the duck meat. They have the different types of the muscle and even the development of the fat accumulations. You can see that for the you can see that this is the chicken. For the breast meat chicken, we call it the white muscle, but for the leg chicken, this is the chicken meat in the leg, we call it the red muscle. For the duck, both of the breast and the leg are red muscle. So it means that for the duck and the chicken, they have a different type of the muscle. So the different type of the muscle bring the different development and develop specific nutrient requirement are also different too. So we can see this is our study. We try to take a look at the pattern of the development of the breast meat. Okay, this is the outer breast meat. You can see for the broiler chicken at around 28 day of age or 30 day of age, the accumulations or the development of the breast muscle becomes saturated in terms of the percent of the body weight. You can see, but in contrast with the duck still develop their body their breast muscle, and they saturated for the developments of the breast from 50 days of age. So it means that during finishing period of the duck, they still develop their growth of the breast. So it is different from the broiler chicken. For the, you can see this is the different periods of the development. And for the leg meat, also for the body weight, in terms of the percent of the body weight, the chicken still develop, but for the duck is the decline for the meat, for the leg meat. You can see this. This is difference between the development of the breast meat and the leg meat of the duck and the chicken. So when we take a look at the relative between leg and breast meat, for the chicken, when they grow up, the meat leg and the breast meat and the leg meat are positively correlated. In conversely, for the duck, they have the negative correlation between the breast meat and the leg meat. You can see this picture. So it means that the development of breast meat and leg meat between the chicken and the duck are different. Okay. For the fat accumulations, you can see this, and fat metabolism also difference. For the accumulation of the fat for the duck, in abdominal fat of the duck is very low, but for the skin or subcutaneous fat of the duck is very high. This is the difference thing. I can show you the number of difference between chicken and the duck. You can see this is the abdominal fat of the chicken. We use the same diet, use the same conditions, and then to take a look at the difference between the accumulations of the abdominal fat. You can see the abdominal fat of the broiler chicken is much more higher than the duck. But for the skin, you can see the duck have very higher fat accumulations than the broiler chicken. What is that mean? It means that when we use the abdominal fat as the fat accumulation in the body, we can use the abdominal fat in terms of the broiler chicken. But for the duck, we have to use the subcutaneous fat or skin fat as the indicator of the fat accumulations. Therefore, is this in difference between chicken and the duck. And we can see, we take a look at the serum VLDL cholesterol and the triglyceride. The triglyceride of the duck is higher than the chicken, according to the fat accumulations too. But interestingly, you can see at the 6 week of age, the triglyceride of the duck is not different from the broiler chicken, and conversely, it has slightly lower triglyceride accumulation. So it means that at the 6 week of age, the accumulation of the fat is maybe slightly going down for the duck. It's the same thing with the VLDL that talking about total lipid accumulations in the blood. You can see the same thing within the triglyceride too. So for the cholesterol in the liver, in the serum, we can see that the cholesterol of the duck is much more very high when we compare with the cholesterol level in the chicken. But the HDL, for the HDL of the duck also higher than the chicken. So it means that the fat utilizations of the duck should be better than the broiler chicken, and then the sources to produce the cholesterol. We know that the cholesterol can produce from acetyl-CoA, and the acetyl-CoA can come from the starch or the glucose and the fatty acid. So the utilizations of the glucose and fatty acid to produce the cholesterol and the triglyceride is very interesting for the duck diet. So previously, they have reported about the fat emulsifications, SID basis of the amino acid and even fat source. So according to our knowledge and according to our data, of course, nowadays, a lot of studies have to focus on the fat utilization and amino acid digestibility. So carcass quality, we have to concern about the carcass quality because of the duck is different from the chicken. The price of the duck is more expensive than the broiler chicken. And then the quality of the duck is very important. The way of we eat the duck is different from the way we eat the broiler chicken too. So the duck quality is very important. According to the journal that we have found, this is the Peking duck and then the premium products. So they have reported that at 65 days of age, this is very good or the best age to produce the premium grade of the duck. So, but when we talk about 60 days of age, but in commercial we produce the duck just only 42 or 43 days. That is the younger than 65 days of age, and then 65 days the FCR would be very poor, and then the cost production is very will be expensive. So when you take a look at this, according to our study, when we take a look at the skin and the breast meat, you can see from 30 days the meat development, breast meat development is increasing sharply, and then for the skin become saturated. So if we produce the duck at 65 days, we need a longer day and more costly. And then how we can produce the duck shorter and make the meat higher and make the fat lower. This is the question that how we can do. This is the duck meat, and we can see when we talk about the premium products, when we eat the duck, we eat skin, fat, and meat together. So the skin of the duck is very important. When we eat the Peking duck, we eat just only the very important part is the skin, right? So when we eat the lobster duck, we eat all of them, skin, fat, and meat. Unlike the broiler chicken, some just only eat the meat, some do not like the skin of the chicken, but for the duck, we eat it all. So when we know the development of each part of the body, and then we can set it like breast meat per skin ratio of the body. And you can see this when we use our data and then like set up like the indicator, like the breast and the skin weight. You can see when the duck is growing up, the ratio of the breast and skin also increasingly. And then at the 40 or 42 days of age, this ratio is become just only 0.5. And then if you want to increase this ratio, you have to lysing the duck longer. So the question is how we can produce the breast per skin ratio higher with the same age of the duck. So this is the question, and then how when can we produce the high quality of the carcass. So when we take a look at the correlation between each part and breast and skin ratio, you can see that breast and skin ratio have a very closely related with the body weight and the breast. So it means that we have to let them grow up and have the meat accumulation as much as possible to increase the ratio of the breast and skin ratio to improve the quality of the duck. We also have tried in our university to use different sources of the carbohydrate, I mean for the starch. We compare between the cassava, corn, and buckwheat rice. You can see using the cassava give the high breast per skin ratio. So it means that using cassava give the better quality of the duck carcass. And then the same thing with in the river for the triglyceride, using the cassava have the lower triglyceride than the buckwheat rice too. The sources of the starch clearly affect on the carcass quality, and feeding cassava can improve the breast and skin ratio. And then using some line of broken rice, it maybe have a quite high digestibility, but it can increase the fat accumulations or the fat synthesis when you use the broken rice. So the thing that I can suggest you, the different sources of the starch is very important, not just only the metabolic stable energies. So I can see that the starch and protein digestion is very important, not only the metabolic stable energies, but we have concern about the starch too. And then the proportions of the amylose and amylopectin would affect to the glucose and then lipid metabolism. From this study, they focus on the rat. But I just tell you that the fat accumulations also affected by the proportions of the amylose and amylopectin. Finally, we try to confirm the effect of the cassava. We increase the using of cassava longer, and then we also found that the using the cassava longer can decline the skin with fat and then increase the breast meat, and then also decline the abdominal fat and increase the breast meat per skin ratio. So from this, we can confirm it again in the liver of the lipid from the triglyceride. When we increase the using of cassava, we can decline or decrease the triglyceride content in the liver too. So we can conclude that the gut physiologies, meat and fat accumulations of that difference from those of the chickens, the breakdown of the nutrient requirements, or the whatever we know about the broiler chicken nutrition cannot be applied to the duck completely. And the leg and bone and mineral metabolism of the duck has to be intensively investigated because the leg of the duck is very poor when they grow up. Energy requirement or the sources of the etheric energies for the duck would be important when we take a look at the quality and development of the duck. Type of the starch may affect of the growth performance and the carcass quality. Finally, the proportions of the skin and breast meat is very important or can be indicator to indicate the duck qualities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Chaiyapoom. We have few questions to ask you. Firstly, on the research that you have shown. The audience want to know, after 7 weeks of age, the protein level need to be reduced further, or what is your recommendation?
I recommend that you need to reduce the protein, but you have to be careful about the amino acid for the balancing amino acid, because that if you increase the protein level after 7 weeks of age, you can see that the efficiencies of the protein accumulation will be poorer again, and then they will excrete a lot of nitrogen into the environment. So the thing that I suggest you is reduce the the total protein and increase amino acids specifically. Maybe you need to increase the lysine or branched chain amino acid, because during 6 to 7 weeks of age, the breast muscle still develop. So they need the specific amino acid that is used to produce the muscle, like the lysine, leucine, isoleucine, and valine. So you may concern about this one.
All right, thank you, Ka. So the next question is about, I think your research you have shown it's from one country, but you also have experience with other countries like Vietnam and many more. So the question is, the audience want to hear from you about the digestible ingredient. I think it's about digestible protein source. So what is your recommendation, and what you find out? It may different by country. What is the good digestible protein source that you can find?
Okay, the good digestible protein source. Of course, we can use the whole protein or the whole soybean that have the higher digestibility than the soybean meal. This is the basic thing that we are doing. Of course, from the animal protein sources, but you just be careful for about the contaminations. Okay, of course, you can use it, and because it seems have very good, very high digestibility. But for myself, I do not use it too much. Okay, just only a little bit. Another one is for the cassava. Cassava, although they have the quite low digestibility of the amino acid, but they have very good source of the starch, like I showed you. So using some cassava in the diet should be the good thing. Another one is for the co-product like the DDGS. It can be used if it have less or do not have the aflatoxin contaminations, because the duck have very sensitive to the aflatoxin. According to my experience, we compare with the aflatoxins and the mycotoxin from the fusarium. The duck would have the more sensitive to the aflatoxin than the toxin mycotoxin from fusarium. This is my suggestion.
Thank you. And the next question, Doctor, bile acids are not only the emulsifier, but it's act as kind of detergent. So during your trial, any impact on reducing the mortality rate of ducks by using bile acid?
I'm sorry, I did not conduct the bile acid in the duck by myself. I just show you from the publications of another researcher. For my, I do not have experience from this. I have experience on the emulsifier in terms of the broiler chicken and the laying chicken. For the emulsifier, is quite good when we reduce the fat content in the diet, and then can improve the fat digestibility. In terms of the digestibility of fat is very important. When you talk about the fat, it's not just only provide the energies, you can see, it's provide the fatty acid profile. So the each difference of the fatty acid profile will related to the immune functions, and the efficiency of the energy utilizations is depends on the how many carbon atom they have, how many double bond they have, and what is the positions of the double bond they have too. So for the lipid or the fat sources is very important, and we need a lot of study to find out about this thing. Yes.
Thank you. Two more questions, Doctor.
Yes.
Can you please comment about the calcium recommendations for ducks compared to poultry?
Nowadays, commercially, we still use the same ratio of the calcium and phosphorus. Maybe some we use the 9 calcium per available phosphorus, 2 per 1. Still use that, okay, in the meat type duck. But we need to understand it more. For myself, I can suggest you that the phytase and the type of vitamin, we also work with vitamin. Too high vitamin D maybe not improve the accumulations of the calcium in the bone, but the optimal level of vitamin D is very important. Yes. So calcium and phosphorus, we still use the same proportion with the pig and broiler chicken. But for myself, I love to use the idea of the calcium and phosphorus from pig rather than broiler chicken. This is the funny, right? The nutritions or the nutrient requirements of the pig maybe when compared with the duck, maybe nearer than the broiler chicken.
Okay. I may ask for like in another 1 minute, but I will go for 2 questions. The audience from South Africa, from Africa, so he wants to know what is your experience with rice oil on utilization and performance, because it's getting more attention in Africa.
Oh, rice oil is very good if you have it and if you have the good price. Okay, if it's not so expensive, you just use it. The rice oil is very good. Then I fully recommend it. Okay. Okay, this is the first question. Okay, I support it. Okay.
So it is depend on the cost. If you
Okay,
can
depends on the
afford
cost.
it, yes.
Yes, yes.
The last question from our audience from Indonesia: what other ingredients should be combined with cassava, or cassava alone is enough? So very
Cassava
broad.
alone. Okay, cassava alone is have the quite higher, quite poor FCR. Okay, we also conduct the study using the cassava is good, but it have the problem with the contamination, with the high fiber and then poorer FCR. This is the problem with the using the cassava in the duck. So you can combine with the corn, but be careful with the corn that have the aflatoxin. So it's really sensitive to the duck. You can combine with the broccoli rice or the some product from rice. Okay, you can combine it and then use the cassava. Actually, they can use it up to 25%, but for my recommendations, use the cassava not higher than 15%. Okay, just 10 to 15% using it, and then you will get the good result. Okay.
All right, so times for the next presentation. I would like to thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much,
Chaiyapoom.
everybody.
And
Okay.
to all of the audience, if you are interested in the research and work done by Kasetsart University, you can contact the Faculty of Animal Science led by Dr. Chaiyapoom as well. So thank you once again. And
Thank you very
now
much.
we are going to the next session. It's about fat and fat utilization towards increasing egg productions. This speaker will be Mr. MD.Akteruzzaman. He is the consultant and the nutritionist from Fakirat Feed Mill. 20 years experience in Bangladesh poultry industry. And may I brief a bit about Mr. Akteruzzaman. He is also earned MBA and master degree in animal husbandry and has more than 25 years in technical and business development consulting in feed and agribusiness development in Bangladesh. So he is also earned technical expertise in feed formulation in marketing, value chain analysis, entrepreneurs development, small and medium enterprise, and capacity in building initiative as development practitioners. So right now, Mr. Akteruzzaman, he is with us now. May I invite him to cover on a topic on fat and fat utilization towards increasing egg production. Please, Mr. Akteruzzaman.
Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Thank you very much for giving me a chance, especially our moderator, Ms. Roji. So thank you again for having a chance, especially from our Lachance, to be a part of a panelist for a nice discussion with a talented resource person. So I'm one of them. So please, good morning to you all. I feel actually honored to have a chance to participate in this webinar, especially for the title, Driving Profitability and Innovation in Poultry. Nowadays, it is buzzword, profitability as well as innovation. Innovation in all aspects, including unconventional feed additives during this crisis period globally. So I'm going to my presentation for all of you, please.
Yes, sir. You can start now.
Yes,
We can see your slide.
right. I see that all of you can see it. So nice. My title is Fat and Fat Utilization Towards Increasing Egg Production. Let me introduce first. And already our moderator gave a good idea about my experience, in what way I have been expert in Bangladesh, especially for animal focusing on poultry production as a nutritionist. My content includes face a special period. World is facing a big trouble, especially for raw material supply, and keep foods and feeds safe in Bangladesh as well as globally. It's a global concern. Fat and fatty acid metabolism. This is a very big issue nowadays. To get a proper ratio of energy and protein and other amino acid balancing is a critical issue towards increasing egg production. The egg production with the liver. Liver is the main organ which more or less a pivotal role for increasing egg production, and how it will contribute, it will be discussed later on. Solution and trend reaction. There are so many ways to get the problem solved, but we have focused from our experience in Bangladesh in what way we can resolve some problems towards increasing egg production. There's a picture. You know, it indicates that there's a barrier, global barrier, especially for ingredient supply, as well as high exchange rate of a dollar for any developing country, especially for Bangladesh. It is a big critical time we are passing for the development of our poultry industry here in Bangladesh. There are always new changes, positive changes accepted globally, but any changes which is very detrimental for us for developing any industry, it's very unwanted for all of us. Who can imagine that Russia and Ukraine have been at war for more than 10 months? The impact of the war between the major two resource exporting countries on the world is unimaginable. It's actually gets some bad effect on poultry industry globally. The continuous hike of interest rate of dollar have caused drastic change in the exchange rate situation in most countries, like developing country Bangladesh. We are actually facing some problem to get proper supply of feed ingredients. So we have to consider our locally available unconventional feed ingredients to boost up our egg production. So as a country with the large population and low per capita resources, it is the responsibility of all of our nutritionists to do the best and to find some alternative ways and innovative ways to ensure safe feed towards safe food production. There are top 10 feed mills in Bangladesh who are trying their level best to get quality feed towards safe feed production. But now they are also facing some problem for the unavailability and high price of the feed ingredient. So they are trying to get some innovation, to get some innovative feed ingredients incorporating in their feed formula to address this crisis. Just you have a look of a statistics of our livestock economy. Department of Livestock Services of Bangladesh government. For the year 2021, meat production only 9.265 million metric ton. It's not sufficient because we are overpopulated country. Per capita meat consumption only 120 grams per day per head. So we need to get more. Egg production 2,335.35 crore, not so enough if we compare it with the world statistics. Per capita egg consumption only 104 eggs per day per head. Estimated population, 171.7 million, overpopulated. So we have to do more to produce more eggs and more meat. Except top integrated farms, very few integrated farms in Bangladesh. It's the one way to have more. But most agriculture in Bangladesh still has a significant proportion of ground farming. They're not so scientific. They have not enough land, which limits access to higher productivity in Bangladesh. There's a basic limitation, but we're trying to get upgraded. That's why multi-layer cage require a high-level service systems. So we are trying to adopt more innovative knowledge and the ways to get it upgraded. But this upgraded system require more attention for reducing poultry leftovers, because if it is conventional, feed wastage is very high. For modern multi-layer cage system, ventilation system is very expensive. If there is any improper ventilation, then there will be a lot of stress. Due to stress and high density rearing condition, need more careful, otherwise we will face a lot of problems leading to less production of eggs. Changes in raw materials, nowadays it is changes. We are trying to get more innovative feed additives with unconventional feed ingredients. And Bangladesh is very vulnerable to seasonal effects. That's why seasonal changes require to adjust nutritional indicators in a timely manner to prevent nutritional deficiencies as well as seasonal diseases caused by uncertain factors. So we have to focus to minimize the nutritional deficiencies as well as seasonal effects. So a big two challenges we have to face. Due to huge population, there is a positive footnote also. We have our good market here due to population. So if we compare it closer to a population, Mexico 130.3 million, in Bangladesh 171.7 million. So more or less closer. But Bangladesh producing only 4 million metric ton feed per year. On the other hand, Mexico 37.6 million. So they are producing more meat, more eggs. As we have to focus on increasing the productivity of eggs. Egg and meat consumption per capita in Bangladesh is much lower in comparison with developed countries. Great potential for development of feed performance. If we improve the efficiency of the layer farm, if effectively use of quality feeds in the same environment, a bit innovative inclusion of the ingredients in the feed formula, we can increase our egg production. That is our main focus area to be discussed today. For example, farmers face difficulty to achieve 95% of the egg production of laying hens. Always we target, how can I get 95% egg production as peak egg production age area, like 25 to 26, it will be started. But how it will be prolonged, that is our challenge. So there are so many reasons not to achieve 95% egg production. But one reason is that farmer cannot avoid the fatty liver health syndrome of birds. I have noticed it. After 40 weeks, birds are prone to fatty liver health syndrome. So it is the critical age to get fatty liver. So helping farms, getting more high level production ability is necessary nowadays. If we address this issue, we can increase our egg production also, along with other critical issues. This is very important issues. So I'm focusing how it will be utilized. Fat and oil actually focusing on fatty acid. You know, just crude protein focusing on amino acid profile. That is critical issue to have a balancing feed formula. Same way, fat and oil focusing on fatty acid profile. That is very important. So how it will be addressed? You know, nowadays there are so many practices to get the profile of fatty acid, which will be a very appropriate and rich in terms of saturated and unsaturated fat. So that should be addressed. So that's why some feed additives are being used to utilize fat properly towards getting appropriate fatty acid profile. So how it is being done? Fat globule will be emulsified. Bile acid has two wings, hydrophobic and hydrolyphic. So hydrophobic and hydrophilic, two parts, will get some mycelis. It's a complex form, and it will be smaller mycel will be easily absorbed to be transferred to the liver, and there it will be metabolized, and liver will be good enough, if it is healthy, to provide required fatty acid to the bloodstream. So fatty acid is very important, especially for linoleic acid, to get proper egg production for increasing more egg production. Crude fat exists widely in soybean and corn. And nowadays, soybean corn-based feed is common. So from soybean and corn, crude fat we are getting in the formula. We can calculate how much fat in the formula. It plays an important role in for formulation. Not only has high energy, but also is an important substance to promote absorption of fat-soluble vitamin. You know, fat-soluble vitamin like vitamin A, D, E, K will be ensured if I can digest, absorption, and metabolism in the liver properly. Fat-soluble vitamin will be available. So that's very important issue for contributing more egg production. The rise in raw material price often leads to a reduction in the content of crude fat. When the ingredient price will be high, everybody wants to get the balancing feed. That time it may be neglected to get a proper fatty acid profile. So we have to consider it again and again. The lack of crude fat content is not only a problem for reduced nutrient concentration, because you know it's correlated with the fat-soluble vitamin and other nutrient also. You know, when the liver will be healthy, liver is a good organ to store iron also for hemoglobin. So that's why fat metabolism is very important in a healthy liver. So the oil insufficient causes fat-soluble vitamin deficiency. It is true such as ADEK deficiency. The lack of crude fat can even lead to poor gallbladder contractility, cholestasis, and cholestasis can cause reduced fat digestion. If there is a problem in the liver as well as in the gallbladder, so my fat metabolism will be improper, and the bile acid production will be improper. So bile acid production and the fatty acid supply from the liver will be improper. So I cannot expect the peak point of egg production as 95% egg production. That should be prolonged. That's a challenge. Fat and oil are prone to oxidation. Another side effect, another detrimental effect. Fat is prone to oxidize over time. So oxidation mainly occurs in the double bond, in the glyceride structure. Oxidative oil and fat cause poor growth, reduce feed intake, and reduce immunity, cause diseases also. there are some deficiency, nutrient deficiency diseases, and the liver will be vulnerable. So there are so many unwanted problems may arise, which leads to less egg production. Our focus is to get more egg production, like 95% egg prolonged egg production, and that should be our expectation. Animal fats are more susceptible to peroxide than vegetable oil. Fat and oil must be treated with antioxidant. That's why it is being treated in the feed formula. Every nutritionist, as a nutritionist, I always incorporate antioxidant. Both saturated and unsaturated fatty acid are needed for diet. It is important also. But saturated fatty acid is very prone to oxidation. So I have to address in what way fat and fatty utilization will be done properly. That's the main issue for proper profile of fatty acid available in the bloodstream to contribute for more egg production. For example, palm oil character, it's saturated, more saturated fatty acid is in palm oil. So it is not so much expected, but in our country, palm oil is less expensive. We are using palm oil and some rice bran oil also, avoiding soybean oil. Soybean oil price has gone up. So palm oil is not so easy to be digested by very young bird. So that is the focus area, how it will be digested, how it will be utilized for optimum performance. I can give you just a short note to have a important fatty acid, that is linoleic acid. Corn actually getting 1.9% linoleic acid. That is very important for increasing egg production. We have to consider linoleic acid percentage. So what type of ingredient will be incorporated in the formula, focusing on linoleic acid percentage. So full fat soya bean, very rich, 9% linoleic acid. And rice polish, it is available in our country, even though now its price also gone up. So it is 3.4. So in our country, we consider corn, full fat soybean, rice polish, soybean meal, because oil is being extracted. That's why linoleic acid only 0.3. So soybean oil for focusing a protein, rice polishing, and full fat soya incorporating to get linoleic acid as linoleic acid coming from crude fat. So we have to consider the fat percentage as well as linoleic acid. And for soybean oil, very rich in linoleic acid, but it is very expensive. But palm oil, it's not so much rich in linoleic acid. We are using it, but palm fat, very rich in linoleic acid. So sometimes we mix palm oil and palm fat to get saturated and unsaturated. So fatty acid profile, considering this ingredient, how it will be mixed, or which one will be appropriate. If I add any oil as added oil, I should focus how it will be digested properly, how it will be absorbed properly, how it will be metabolized in the liver properly. So digestion, absorption, and metabolism by any innovative ingredient, that is our concern. As a nutritionist, we follow that way to get it optimum result-oriented solution. If I want to get enriched, like omega-3 enriched eggs, I have to consider flax seed as well as fish oil. Omega-3 fatty acid is very rich in fish oil as well as flaxseed oil. So I have to consider flaxseed as a whole, or a little bit fish oil. Fatty acid profile, you know, for fish oil and vegetable oil, sometimes we follow vegetable and fish oil for enriching omega-3 fatty acid enriched eggs. And otherwise, all the times we consider rice bran oil, palm oil, but there is a limitation. For young bird, it is very difficult to digest palm oil. So we recommend soybean oil, but there are some innovative feed ingredient like bile acid. If we incorporate bile acid, it is easier to optimize palm oil to get more expected fatty acid profile. You know, oil or fat not only giving us a fatty acid profile, on the other side, it improves palatability of the feed and increase feed intake. When birds are very vulnerable due to stress, feed intake less, automatically less egg production will be produced. That's why I have to consider some oil and fat in the feed to get it increase, especially feed intake to prolong the egg production and to get higher egg production. So it is very important to consider how I can get energy and cost. This is the vital issue. As a nutritionist, I consider how much energy will be balancing, if it is from the feed ingredients or added fat and oil to get it increase for optimum energy. But I have to consider how it will be utilized. Otherwise, 20% fat will be undigested. So my concern to increase the digestion of the fat by including any innovative feed additives. When the temperature is too high, it's stress. So due to stress, less feed intake, I have to consider how I can make bird eating more for more egg production. So crude fat includes not only phospholipids or lysophospholipids, which acts very important elements that can improve the production percentage of laying hen, as well as color of the yolk and yolk shell improved, because it's have some correlation with calcium absorption also. Here I can give you a picture of a lot of eggs. It's my own research farm where I looked up at 300,000 layers by putting some innovative feed additives like bile acids to get optimum egg production. Now I have been enjoying for a long period 95% egg production. The main reason I focused on healthy liver performance, how the liver will be healthy, because after 40 weeks, bird always will be prone to fatty liver. That was my focus area to be considered. Now I got good positive result from a farm which is being looked after by me. The fat in the feed actually decompose in the small intestine. My previous speaker fantastically gave us some idea that duodenum is the area where digestion will be occurred. So in the duodenum area, fat will be in, hydrochloric acid will coming from the proventriculus, and lipase enzyme will come. This is the critical site for digestion. So I have to consider the duodenum digestion site in what way my fat will be properly digested, not to waste a big portion of oil and fat. So if I centric to the increasing of digestion of the fat in the duodenum area, then automatically fatty acid will be available in the liver through absorption of the fat and oil. So this is very important. Absorbed as glycerol and fatty acid, it will be available and resynthesized in the liver cell as triglyceride and phospholipids and cholesterol and other nutrients used in the egg production. All the triglyceride, phospholipids, and cholesterol, all are important, and vitamin like A, D, E, K are important for use in the production of eggs. Laying hen need to lay every day. It has to lay every day. the body and liver are very vulnerable, severe production pressure. The liver synthesize and transport many nutrients to finish egg formulation every day. Once the metabolism is fat weakened, if I can see that liver is vulnerable and less metabolism of the fat in the liver, fat is very easy to accumulate in the liver. That causes fatty liver health syndrome. That is the area I focused. Metabolism must be done properly in the liver when the liver will be healthy. So how it will be healthy? That's the way. After 40 weeks, it is very essential for all of us as nutritionists. We have to consider it. So fatty liver syndrome always after 40 weeks, it is noticeable disease, which will seriously affect the laying hens egg production rate and duration of the peak production. I cannot get it prolonged, even egg loss. Just I have given you a linoleic acid percentage in the diet, 0.79 to 2.23. But from 1.03 to 2.21, these two areas are more or less okay in terms of age and egg production. So 1% linoleic acid at least essential for increasing egg production. We focus on amino acid profile to get a feed formula like methionine, lysine, threonine, valine, tryptophan. So this linoleic acid, 1% at least important for increasing egg production. How linoleic acid will be available? If I get fat and oil proper digested and absorbed and metabolized in the liver, that is very important. In what way? Supplying a proper bile acid. Bile acid effects definitely will give me this result. We should take measure to finish oil price high and feed raw materials. It's insufficient nowadays. So we have to improve fat utilization and fat soluble vitamins during this period to get balancing of energy, balancing of fatty acid profile, like saturated and saturated. Both the fatty acid are essential. So I have to consider fat metabolism through a healthy liver. It will be available for increasing egg production. Many feed mills select unconventional feed materials in the formula, but they think of there are some anti-nutritional factor in unconventional ingredients like rapeseed meal and cottonseed meal. Cottonseed meal very rich in gossypol. Rapeseed meal also have some anti-nutritional factor, but bile acid will help to reduce this anti-nutritional factor. If I consider inclusion of bile acid, I can reduce anti-nutritional factor also. So I can consider unconventional feed ingredients to get my feed as balanced in terms of nutrition as it is expected by a nutritionist. Older hen always heavily affected by fatty liver syndrome. It is very proven. So we have to consider the mastering way to reduce fatty liver health syndrome. I have tested it as a nutritionist in the farm area, and I talked to many layer farmers in what way they have handled fatty liver syndrome, including bile acid. They got good results. So it is being promoted by a company. I talked to them in what way they are addressing fat utilization properly to get more egg production. The product Runion, it's very rich in bile acid, 30% bile acid. So you know bile acid is produced an active ingredient from the bile. So this bile acid is very essential to absorbed of fatty acid and metabolized in a healthy liver, and liver will be healthy if I can get enough bile acid and if I can avoid fat deposition in the liver. That's the concern area for a nutritionist, for a layer farmer to focus. You know, it improves 20 to 30% crude fat utilization. So considering this 20 to 30% crude fat utilization, I have incorporated Runion as a regular dose, 200 gram per ton of feed. I talked to the farmers. I noticed that it is okay to increasing egg production. Runion reduce anti-nutritional factor I have already mentioned. That is very unexpected for all of farm practitioners. So 2 to 3% soybean meal may be replaced for reducing cost of feed production by unconventional items. If I consider rapeseed meal, or if I consider other cottonseed meal or any other items like broken rice. Broken rice is mixed with black and white rice here in Bangladesh. So I can consider Runion, I mean bile seed, to avoid some anti-nutritional factors. That's the area I noticed and practiced in some layer farms, got good result. As a nutritionist, I always get feedback from the farmer, especially to protect liver. That is main concern, to get a prolonged peak egg production. Runion always synthesize very low density lipoprotein, which is very important, which enables the fat to transport from the liver to the tissues and to avoid excessive fat deposition in the liver. This is a very important area. As a signal molecule, it also acts, increase the level of SRAP1C, which inhibit lipid synthesis. If I don't promote lipid synthesis, my liver will be less burdened. If the fatty acid profile is available, so it's okay. And sometimes improves para levels that promotes lipid broken down. Lipid all the times broken down, so it's not being deposited. So it can regulate intestine health as well as detoxify harmful material also. How? It's combined actually mycotoxin and endotoxins. So it is being discharged as well as drug is being discharged, heavy metal is being discharged. So there are so many functions. Altogether, it helps increasing egg production to get a healthy liver. It can stimulate liver to synthesize how new bile acid will be produced. So I can promote a new bile acid production as well as thin bile from the liver cell. Otherwise, there will be biliary stasis. If biliary stasis, less bile acid, gallbladder will be weak, and then the less fat digestion will not be properly done in the duodenum, and in the jejunum and ileum, less absorption. Ultimately, I will get improper fatty acid, and sometimes energy imbalancing will be done if I consider the added fat towards balancing energy. So here, there is a solution that this is very thumb rule. If there is any fatty liver, so what we do that increasing 1% protein, but it's not so easy. Increasing 1% protein involves costing of the feed. So how? Just if I consider 16% protein for my layer, and I find that fatty liver is already developed, so there is a thumb rule, I should increase 1% protein. Why? Low protein and high energy always lead to fatty liver. And after 40 years, automatically it will get fat deposition in the liver. So I should consider the bile acids to get it properly absorbed, and absorption will be proper. That's why I need to get 1% protein to get protein and energy ratio balance. That is important for all of nutritionists, but it's cost involved. Here, 13% protein, egg production 76, 15%, 77, 70%, 78. But on the other hand, liver fat, 49.3 for 13% protein. When protein increased, fat reduced. For 15%, fat reduced, 40.2. If I increase more protein, fat reduced, 38.2. So this is thumb rule. As a nutritionist, we do. But if I find an alternative solution like a bile acid or proper emulsification to get activation of more lipase enzyme and get properly done it in the absorption side as well as metabolize in the liver side, automatically the fat will not be deposited. I can get more eggs. So that's the area which will be focused for increasing egg production. I practice as a practitioner in some layer forms. I got after 40 weeks, these are the area, fatty liver, it's yellowish. And after treating birds, 22 days with bile acids, it's improved. Mortality rate also reduced. That's the beauty of bile acids. To reduce mortality as well as to reduce fatty liver syndrome and increasing egg production. The beauty of bile acid is noticed. My suggestion for fatty liver health syndrome solution, because I already discussed that after 40 weeks, any farm practitioner will notice that bird has got starting deposition of fat in the liver. So it is concerned to avoid fatty liver syndrome. So I have to think ways to reduce fatty liver syndrome or to reduce, not to deposit fat in the liver. So in what way it will be done? There are some reasons. Low protein, high energy diets. If it is not properly ratio maintaining balanced diet for laying hen, fat deposition will be started in the liver. So that's why low protein will never be in the formula. If it is low protein, I have to consider amino acid profile, whether it is balancing amino acid profile. That may be another case to get more performance, maintaining body health. But liver is vulnerable to get fat deposition. So low protein will never be expected. An imbalance or deficient amino acid. So it's the critical area to accelerate the fatty acid deposition in the liver. So it can be the major contributor to a fatty liver condition in layers. It is known that diet low in lipotrophic factors such as choline, methionine, and vitamin B12. If these three, choline, methionine, and vitamin D3 deficient diet, liver will be prone to get fatty. So that's why this may be the solution. So I can conclusion, the solution, suggested solution will be like this: adding a mixture of lipotrophic factors such as choline, methionine, and vitamin B12. These three are important. And increasing 1 to 2% dietary protein. This is the second solution. Third solution, adding bile acid to supply more fatty acid in the liver, rather synthesis. I don't expect synthesis, fatty acid in the liver. Liver will be burdened. Liver will have some extra burden. So fatty acid available in the liver through proper metabolism, it will be supplied to the bloodstream for getting proper fatty acid in the egg yolk, and egg yolk will be matured and more egg will be produced. That's the ultimate goal of a nutritionist, to fortified feed with innovative feed additives like a bile acid. By the name of Runion, I tested it in our country. I got good result. As a nutritionist, I can say that when it has been incorporated in the formula, 21 days fatty liver syndrome reduced, and mortality rate reduce, egg production increase. And from the day-old chicks, I reared a bird at 26 age. Egg production was 95%, but previously it was 88% only. So the beauty of the solution are three: adding lipotrophic factors, or increasing 1 to 2% dietary protein, or adding bile acids. These three we have to consider as a problem solution tips. I think it's a home message for all of us as conclusion. I'm happy and thank you very much for patience hearing. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. There is many questions, so we have about 5 minutes to go through your question. So the first thing, sir, I understand that you already explained about FLSH. There is an audience asking, what is really the reason or etiology on that primary cause of FLSH?
Oh, good. I have already discussed that due to the bird age is very important factor to get fatty liver. The reason is that after 40 weeks, liver is getting extra burden. Not only the high energy feed, low protein, that's not the reason, because you know there are so much toxins and other heavy metals. It may be available in the feed ingredient. Actually, a liver have to detoxify all the things. So all the times the liver is very vulnerable to detoxify toxins, exotoxin, endotoxin, heavy metals, and there are some bacterial infection also. So automatically liver tissue will be damaged. So biliary stasis may develop. So less bile acid will be produced. So a fatty liver sign and symptom will be found when the bird age will be 40 weeks, because you know from the very beginning liver is not so much strong to digest unsaturated fatty acid. That's why we have to give additional support by emulsification through bile acid or emulsifier. In the bile acid, lecithin also available to emulsify, get it. So from the very beginning, I have to get a healthy liver, not to get a fatty liver syndrome, avoiding other extra burdens by other toxin and heavy metals and unnecessary drugs.
Yeah, and it's happened in Bangladesh.
Yes,
A lot.
yes, yes. A lot. I do agree with you, because you know we have not sufficient laboratory. We are not testing again and again unconventional feed additives, common feed additives, how much toxin is there, and there are some adulteration, and there are some oxidative disadvantages. So all together, liver is vulnerable in Bangladesh, and it's a very common phenomenon to get it fatty liver syndrome after 40 weeks. I have noticed it.
All right, thank you, sir. And back to your presentation, you have mentioned a lot about palm oil, and there is a question that why the palm oil not used in the young bird age?
Oh, very, very good question. I'm so happy that young bird has no ability to digest saturated fatty acid enough. So palm oil actually very rich in saturated fatty acid. So I have to avoid palm acid for very young bird. So what we do in Bangladesh as a nutritionist, I practice it especially for young bird like boiler starter feed or boiler layer starter feed. I have to consider soybean oil. Or if I put palm oil, I have to consider bile acid, because bile acid helps in improving the digestion of the palm oil. That's the beauty of bile acid, to get it digested properly for young bird, because young bird don't have any ability to digest saturated fatty acid properly.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's makes sense for that answer, and to clear and share with the audience here. The
Yes,
next
thank you.
question, sir. What about the linoleic acid content of rice oil? Is it higher than soybean oil?
Yes. Linoleic acid is higher in rice bran oil, but you know, rice bran oil also getting a higher price in Bangladesh. So what we do, we use rice bran oil mixed with palm oil, and that's palm oil is super palm oil. I mean, very much liquid.
What do you mean by super palm oil?
Super
So
palm oil is, in our country, palm oil is available. That is in winter solid. So we have to put heat to liquid it. So some palm oil is being imported. That is called super palm oil. I mean, all the times it will be liquid.
Okay, understand.
So to mix this super palm oil, easy in the mixer machine, it is easily can be mixed. So we have to put palm oil with some soybean oil, especially for starter feed, or palm oil with bran oil, rice bran oil.
Yeah, very good to learn the terminology for Bangladesh also, which is very big market, 170 million. I wish with the nutritionists putting effort together, the country can increase the production. So I will go for the next question, sir. What is the effect of the coconut oil in increasing egg laying? Yeah. Any of your study or experience on coconut oil?
No, actually, coconut oil, as a nutritionist, I always emphasize, if we can incorporate coconut oil in the starter feed, it will have some extra benefit, because you know, coconut oil very rich in lauric acid. So lauric acid,
starter feed, you mean?
Yeah. Right. Because day-old chicks from the very beginning is vulnerable, and especially in intestinal gut health need to be properly healthy. So that's why if you put a bit coconut oil in the starter feed of a boiler or layer, lauric acid will help to get immunity by retarding the growth of harmful bacteria.
Okay. Sir, the next question is from our friend from Kenya. He wants to ask your view. The formulator use less amount of full fatty soybean meal and more on the oil soybean cake for layers. Reason being that layers will lay big eggs, will be tired, give less eggs, will stop laying at early age. Do you have any view on that?
Good question. Good question. Because you know, it's not easily incorporation of full fat soybean meal. Full fat soya must be, there is an anti-nutritional factor in full fat soya. It must be toasted or it must be boiled to reduce the anti-nutritional factor. And full fat soya is very rich in linoleic acid, which leads to increasing egg production. So if I incorporate some full fat soya, because you know, soybean meal very rich in linoleic acid. So if I put full fat soybean and soybean meal all together, my linoleic acid coming from corn and from full fat will be optimum. So if I incorporate runion, I mean bile acid, so crude fat will be easily digested to give me proper linoleic acid balancing. I mean 1% linoleic acid will be ensured. If it is 1.2, more egg production will be. So I would like to draw my participants' attention in Kenya. If you calculate linoleic acid 1.2% coming from crude fat in terms of linoleic acid percentage, if you don't put any added fat, no problem, just put bile acid. So you will get optimum performance of your laying hen.
Yeah, I think the formulation is very important. I recommend that the audience here, you can in touch with Lachance group or connect with Dr.Akteruzzaman for more information. Now the session is going to be finished already. We have to go to next session. Apologize for cannot covering all questions. Dr.Akteruzzaman, if
okay,
you don't mind, can you answer in the Q&A?
No problem, my respected moderator. I would like to draw all of participants' attention. Feel free to communicate with lesson group or communicate with me. My email number is given to them. So I will give my experience and ideas, views to share for increasing egg production and giving you some tips in what way we can improve egg production globally. So this is my commitment, and I'm very happy not only for global egg production increasing, and I need to get other ways. If you have, communicate with me, help me to increase my egg production here in Bangladesh. So I feel proud and happy to contribute egg production globally by putting our expertise. And I especially hope for the increasing egg production here in Bangladesh. So this is my request to all of you to communicate with lesson group as well as with me.
All right, Dr. Akteruzzaman, thank you very much for today's presentation. And on behalf of Lachance Group and audience, I think everyone looking forward to see the development more and more production of egg industry in Bangladesh. Okay,
Definitely.
Thank you very much.
Surely. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring you to the next session, the neighboring country of Bangladesh to India. So we are going to have our known speaker. I even myself know him for more than 20 years. Mr. Ricky Thaper. He is the honorary treasurer of PFI, or Poultry Federation of India. So he's going to be with us about 50 minutes on the overview of the Indian poultry industry. May I invite Ricky to be on the platform in order to give the presentation or the overview of the poultry in India. Please, Ricky, floor is yours.
Respected speakers, Lachance team members, organizers of today's global webinar on driving profitability and innovation in poultry, moderator, speakers and panelists, the participants who have joined on this live webinar from different parts of the world, and poultry press supporting this live webinar, a very good afternoon to all of you from India. Today I'll be speaking on an overview of Indian poultry industry. This short presentation will be for 20 to 30 minutes, and later you can ask questions from me. So I'll be just sharing my presentation now. Can you see my presentation on the screen?
Yes, very clear, Ricky. Yes, we can see your presentation.
India has a population of 1.4 billion people, and the number is growing every year. The focus is on development, meaning good food, better health, and living conditions to everyone.
So Ricky, may I ask you to move the slide? It's still on the first page.
This is the first slide.
Yes, it's on now.
Yeah. So India has a population of 1.4 billion people and the number is growing every year. The focus is on development, meaning good food, better health and living conditions to everyone. Presently, Indian people spend more money on food when they earn more. Eggs and chicken are accepted by all communities if they are available at reasonable prices. The growing consumer demand for egg and chicken during the last 2 decades has taken India to 3rd position in egg production and 6th position in broiler production in the global poultry production chart. At present, the layer population is around 282 million and broiler population is 4,344 million, requiring approximately 27 million metric ton of poultry feed. The challenges though would be moving forward. Expected layer population in 2025-26 will be 327 million and 5,344 million broilers, which would require 33.73 million metric tons of feed. This means 16.86 million metric ton of maize and 8.4 million metric ton of soybean meal. With other uses of feed ingredients, these may not be available at a reasonable price in coming years. Government of India recently allowed import of 1.2 million metric ton of soybean meal in 21-22, and there might be need to import other feed ingredients like maize in the near future. Growth of poultry production. Poultry is the most organized animal sector in animal agriculture in India. According to the Economic Survey 21-22, tabled in the Parliament recently, the livestock sector consisting of dairy, eggs and meat grew at a compound annual growth rate of 8.15%. The average per capita consumption of meat and eggs in India is around 5.7 kg and 91 eggs per annum. This is several folds lower than the global average of 16 kg poultry meat, highest being Israel at 58 kg, followed by US at 44 kg. This shows that there is a huge scope of growth in this sector in India. There are several raw material prices challenges, which has led to higher cost of production of broilers and eggs. Despite that, the business to consumer demand for poultry remains good. Consumer continue to look for additional source of protein-rich foods and poultry meat is preferred. Demand might drop if prices go up, as the prices elasticity is low. At present, the poultry meat business is a trade-led market in India. The current growth rate is 7.5% in layers and 9% in broilers per year, against the growth of agriculture at 2.5%. Recently, the government of India had announced special livestock sector package. The poultry, meat as well as egg sector must take advantage of this financial assistance to boost the infrastructure. These are some of the traditional poultry farms, broiler farms in India. These were there, they are there, and they will be there. But they are at very small scale level. If you see in this picture, there were a single story as well as double story open farms, but they are at a small scale level. This is another picture of modern poultry farm. Now, modern broiler farms are with automatic feeding system, automatic nipple drinker system with fans and cooling pads in summer and heating system in winter. This is another close-up of a automation farm where we have got a nipple drinkers and the automatic feeding system. The latest trend in broiler industry in India is broilers in battery cages. This is another picture of cages, and you can see how comfortable the broilers are inside with having nipple drinkers and the feeder inside this battery cages. Now in 32 days, we get 2 kg broilers with 1.5 FCR. Broiler retail shops in metro cities. In India, integration is picking up. While the integration in India is 77 to 80%, the organized processing is only about 7%. These are pictures of some of the traditional layer farms in India. We have got both open layer farms as well as an environmental control battery cages layer farms. Now the marketing of branded egg is picking up in India. We have got several companies which are doing a grading of eggs, then packing of eggs with the packs of 6 or 10, and now selling with their brands. This is a small scale feed manufacturing unit. In India, we have got all type of fold like big farms, small farms, moderate farms, similarly small feed mills with a 5-ton capacity per hour up to big feed plants having 30 tons per metric ton per hour. This is a picture of a recently installed in Punjab in India. They have got 2 lines, 30 tons plus 30 tons, 60 tons per hour capacity of the latest feed plant. Now the advanced storage facilities for maize is in silos. Silos are becoming very popular in India with feed millers with a capacity from 1000 metric ton up to 5000 metric ton for storage of maize in silos. This is a picture of modern hatchery. We have got localized hatcheries also, but we have got modern hatcheries with imported machines from Europe and from USA. I would like to highlight some of the poultry associations' role. Several poultry associations like Poultry Federation of India, to which I represent, the Compound Livestock Feed Manufacturers Association, National Egg Coordination Committee, Indian National Federation of Animal Health, Broiler Coordination Committee, and several other national and regional associations are playing an active role by providing guidelines to poultry farmers and consumers by organizing technical seminars, placing advertisement in print and electronic media for creating awareness on health benefits of consuming poultry products. Many state governments have agreed to provide boiled eggs, cheapest source of digestive protein, to school children under the midday meal scheme towards nutritional security. Other poultry associations also keep distributing boiled eggs among students and common men during their specific roadshows. Campaigns conducted by these associations received overwhelming response among the consumers. Now I would like to add something on the food processing in India. On future of food processing in India, the entire Indian agriculture value chain is set to change drastically, and food processing is going to be one of the main industries of the country in next 3 to 5 years. In terms of market size, the Indian food market is expected to cross 650 billion in 2023. The sector has been growing consistently at about 10% annually. Indian food laws are being amended to international standards, and we will need to adhere to these laws in future as food safety becomes more important. Emerging food safety issues like microbiological safety, chemical safety, authenticity, traceability, halal certification. In coming years, Indian consumers are expected to shift from wet market to dressed chicken market because of better hygiene, reliable supplies, and reasonable price. Opportunity exists in India in setting up of processing plants, cold chain facilities, sale counters to reach the final consumers. Now we have got whole chicken, breast chicken, as well as chicken parts, which are becoming very popular now. If you want only thigh or breast chicken, leg piece. Changing face of retail meat sector in India. Now the Kentucky Fried Chicken, McDonald's, Subway, AB Chicken, all these companies, now they require a processed chicken only. So more and more these multinational chains like KFC, Subway, McDonald's are coming. They are opening more, not only in metro cities, but in small towns also. They are opening more their outlets and they require processed chicken only. So more processing plants are being set up to fulfill their demand. The demand for poultry and processed poultry products has seen an expansion, especially since middle of 2020. There has been huge increase in e-commerce with expansion of home delivery as a response to COVID-19 lockdowns. The online segment is expected to continue to drive broiler and egg consumption in the coming years, thus by pushing increasing per capita consumption of poultry, meat and eggs. These are some of the e-commerce companies like Lachance, Tender Cuts, HappyMeat.in, Zapfresh, EasyMeat.in, which are supplying home delivery. So all these e-commerce brands, they are procuring the chicken from the those companies who have got processing plant. So they are also becoming popular, and again to meet their demand, more processing plants are being set up by the Indian companies. Poultry sector is the most organized of all agricultural sectors in India, and increasing demand for egg and chicken, it is evolving into a very vibrant and modern industry. Now the time has come for the sector to adopt newer techniques to produce safe food products and reach the consumer in real time. Thank you very much. Here I had given you an overview of Indian poultry industry. So if you have any questions, I'll be very happy to answer. Thank you. Over to Rose, moderator.
Thank you very much, Ricky. The host stop my video. Okay, all right. There is a question, Ricky. Can you go through your slide number 16? The audience want to ask about, can you explain the India's layers industry success that you mentioned? So people wants to know more about how is that success on the layer. So Ricky, yeah.
You said 16 slide number?
16.
Yeah, this. You see, now as I'll show you another, I have mentioned that the state governments, they are giving school children under midday meal eggs. Secondly, several associations, they are also distributing eggs. So eggs are becoming very popular. Even those who were earlier vegetarian, during COVID time, the doctors also recommended that to have eggs as a rich source of protein. So the consumption of egg has increased in India, and more poultry farms are coming up, both open sheds and with automations. And we are sure, like I mentioned, if you see in the beginning I mentioned, yeah, if you see this expected layer population in 2025-26 will be 327 million with a current population of 282 million. So there is a good growth of 7 to 8% per year. Thank you.
Wow, very aggressive growing number, which all industry put together to make that happen. Next question, Sir Ricky, on the 32 days boiler body weight, you showed a picture with the 2 kg in 32 days. The audience asks, what about FCR?
See, FCR, those if you in general I'm talking, it's around 1.5 to 1.5%. But even there are very good farms where the FCR is, where management is good, and they are giving FCR of 1.4, 1.45, 1.47 also. But the moderate we take as 1.5, 1.55 FCR.
All right, it's about 1.4, 1.5. For my next question from the audience is, what is the current feed production and day-old shake in India?
You see, as you can see in this slide, the current poultry feed, which is both broiler and layer, is 27 million metric ton. And we expect by 25-26, as the both broiler and layer industry will grow, we will be requiring 33.73 million metric ton of feed, which is going to be a very challenging, especially the feed ingredients cost, because the major source is soybean meal as a protein source, and maize as a we can use as an energy source. For maize, we have got other byproducts like broken rice, bajra, wheat. Recently, when the feed cost has gone very high, first time in India, Government of India allowed the import of 1.2 million metric ton of soybean meal, which came from Brazil, Argentina, and USA. And as mentioned in this slide, the need to import other feed ingredients like maize in the near future can be also possible. Thank you.
And the 27 million metric ton of feed is only poultry, right?
Yeah, I'm talking here only about poultry.
Yes,
only.
yes,
I'm not talking
understand.
about
So,
livestock like dairy feed or swine feed or other feed. Only I'm talking about poultry, broiler and layer both.
yeah, understand, sir. I just want to explain to audience this 27 million metric ton only poultry feed. He has not provided a figure of the total feed production. Okay, that's the next question. This is quite general and maybe your inside information, like what is the future of the replacing maize and soya with DDGS?
You see,
Yeah.
It depends upon the quality of DDGS.
Very clear, sir, on the quality of DDGS. If it is good quality, there is high possibility to replace with it.
Yeah,
right?
in layer, already in the layer feed we are adding DDGS, but as in broiler feed, the lifespan is very short, and we want a very good FCR. So in broiler we are not using, but in layer feed as well as in breeder feed, DDGS is being used.
Okay. The last question, Mr. Ricky. There is a question about there is a lot of growth opportunity for future of the food production, especially in the poultry sector in India. So the question is, the audience want your explanation a bit more that what is the current situation with the poultry industry? It is wet market and then some of poultry processing, and from the expected growth, what you see it's going to happen in terms of investment or anything that you want to share with the audience here in more comprehensive and explanation. Yeah.
Yeah, very good question. As shown in this one of my slides, now more fast food chains like KFC, Subway, McDonald's are becoming popular in India. Not only in metro cities, but also in small town cities. And all these fast food chains procure chicken from companies having chicken dressing plants, processing plants. Also, the e-commerce companies who are booking chicken orders for home delivery through apps like Lachance, AB Chicken, Tender Cuts, Happy Meat.in, Extra, also prefer to procure chicken from companies having dressing plants. So we are very much sure that in coming next 3 to 5 years, more chicken processing plant will be set up to meet this increasing demand, and the processed dressed frozen poultry sales will be around 20 to 25% by 2027. Here, I would also like to add, there is a good scope of export of dressed chickens from India to neighboring countries. However, to compete with countries like Brazil, Argentina, and USA, which has maximum export of chicken world over, we have to be competitive in market by reducing the cost of production. With more poultry processing plants setting up in India, the export potential can be definitely tapped in the coming years. Regarding cost of production, as it has gone high because of higher rates of energy source like maize, wheat and bajra, and high rates of protein source like soybean meal. So the farmer margins have been very much reduced. And now poultry farmers in India are focusing more on biosecurity and farm management to reduce their disease challenges. Recently, Indian government has allowed to manufacture low pathogenic AI vaccines in India, which will further support the poultry farmers. Thank you.
All right. I myself also spend time in India. I know how well that the poultry industry really protect the domestic production, and I wish we can see more and more export to neighboring countries. And the other question on the low pathogenic avian influenza, how is the situation with that now?
You see, as I mentioned, now farmers are focusing more on biosecurity and farm management. So these type of viral outbreaks are very less. But earlier we were not having any official vaccine available. But recently, Government of India is allowed to manufacture low pathogenic avian influenza vaccine in India, which will further support the poultry farmers.
All right. So this is very clear from the poultry producer and the key person from Poultry Federation of India. So right now, Indian poultry industry is now focusing to have more biosecurity, more food safety in their production. And also definitely it will bring to the higher production for Indian poultry to the market. So right now, I think it's end of the session. I would like to thank you to Mr. Ricky and also to Lachance Group for inviting the first three speakers. So right now we coming to the break session. Once again, I have to repeat the time because we are in many different time zones. We are going to taking a break. For those from Malaysia, Philippines, we will meet again at 3:30. For those who are from Thailand, Indonesia, Laos, Vietnam, we are going to meet again at 2:30. And those who from Bangladesh, we will meet again at 1:30. Okay. And those who from India, 12:30 will be back here. And our colleague from Myanmar, we meet you at 2 o'clock. So now we take a break about 90 minutes and we come back to see you. Please stay on the Zoom, or even if you have to log off, you can log in again. Don't worry about accessing to this Zoom. So together with me in 90 minutes, we will come back with the driving profitability and innovation in poultry by Lachance Group. We will see another three well-known speakers in Asia. Thank you very much. Stay tuned.
Thank you very much to Lachance team for giving this opportunity and all the participants who are today on this live webinar. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the webinar of driving profitability and innovation in poultry by Lachance Group. So with me again, Rose Chitanuwat, I'm going to be with you for another three speakers. So right now, for our second part of today's webinar, we are going to meet with altogether three speakers. In the morning, we have met with our speaker from Thailand, from India, and from Bangladesh, has shared a lot of knowledge on what's happening with the ingredients and nutrition approach in those countries. And we hear about the potential that's happening in Bangladesh and India. Lachance Group have been working on this webinar to bring the value to all the audience here today. So another three sessions, let's kick off for the first session. On the second part will be with Dr. Ali Agus. He is going to share very interesting topic that now we are talking about precision animal nutrition, which is really new topic and cope with the sustainability issue. So we are going to hear from Dr. Ali Agus. He is the professor of the Department of Animal Nutrition and Feed Science in Indonesia. He's going to cover the topic on sustainable and precision animal nutrition. May I now invite Dr. Ali to be on the platform. A little bit brief about Dr. Ali. Many of you may know him. He is from Indonesia. He is working at the Faculty of Animal Science at Gajah Mada University. Dr. Ali does research in environmental chemistry, catalysis, and green chemistry. His current project is on essential oil as feed additive in broiler. So right now, Dr. Ali with me, may I invite you guys to join with the session Sustainable and Precision Animal Nutrition. Please, Dr. Ali.
Okay, good afternoon, Rose and everybody. Are you hearing me? Is it okay? The voice?
Yes, the voice is very good, sir. You can share the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. It is a great pleasure for me to be here, invited by the Lachance. Thank you for this opportunity.
Excuse me, sir. Can you click on the presentation mode, please?
Presentation.
Bottom down. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Is it okay?
It's okay now, sir.
Okay, okay.
You can repeat.
Yeah, again, thank you very much for this opportunity. For me, I would like to just maybe share the idea, a little bit knowledge, and all of you, I think, are quite aware about the issue. The distinguished speakers, I think, already shared from our colleague this morning, and will continue by our colleague from Additives and I think some other. At this time being, I think the question of sustainability, one of the current issue, every industry will focusing on, and how to tackle and how to anticipate for the point of view nutrition in animal nutrition, that we think about the sustainability. And of course, to go to the sustainability, we should think about how the animal nutrition, how formulations, how feed can be formulated in the way of the precision. And these occasions, I will briefly our presentations will introduction, and then a little bit about the principle and approach, advantage and challenges, and of course closed by the take-home message. As you know, everybody, I think, aware about this. The livestock sectors contributes to food security and also employment, national economy, and of course socio-economic development. In the developing countries, like of course Indonesia, the role of livestock sector, including poultry, ruminant, and so on, play an important role, especially for providing a food of animal proteins. Broiler meat and also egg is one of the food available that is affordable and big quantity, supporting our food for the nations. However, the majority constraints of animal production, I think, facing not only by our situation in Indonesia and other countries, I think we face also the same situations. That is the issue of scarcity of feed quality resources, high cost of production. Since a couple of years, the raw material feedstuff is increasing. The cost of feed has become higher and higher. This is also the challenge, how we can overcome the high price of feed raw materials. And this, of course, affected the market and also the price of animal products. In the case of Indonesia, we have been facing the problem of pricing of broiler, live bird broiler. Yeah? Since a couple of years up to now, we still have the challenge on fluctuating of the price of live bird in Indonesia. And also animal disease control and eradications. Yeah, in some issue we have also challenging on the foot and mouth disease, avian influenza, and other disease, and that must be controlled and eradicated. This is also our challenge working on animal production. And the last one, increasing the issue of environment pollutions. I think we should aware about this issue because of global warming, awareness about the pollutions, and many agenda that is faced by not only our situation in Indonesia, as many countries facing the same issue. The reason why I am talking about this point this afternoon, by asking why sustainability is a critical issue. Yeah, everybody is aware about the increasing demand of animal products. Yeah, because the populations increase, number of population increase, despite of limited global resources. The issue of food, will become critical in the near future. We have an experience with COVID-19. This providing our perspective and experiences how we should provide our own food to the people. So the demand on animal products will more and more and increasing in the near future. And of course, the need to sustain the natural resources based on public demand sustainability and attractive to the industry, because the industry provide some, quite a lot of things, employee, feed, industry working on food aspect, including animal production. So there is also natural resources based because of industry industry also interest to this area. And then why sustainability is also a critical issue, because of issue of nutrition and sustainability. Because nutrition should improve the efficiency of nutrient use. The nutrition also should lower nutrient accretion that decrease the pollutions to the environment. So the aspect of sustainable animal nutrition, we should take care, we should keep in mind about the environment, including climate change and food security. Food security also this related to the sustainable. When we talk about the animal proteins from animal production, this to support the food security of respective countries. And the issue of welfare, animal welfare, more and more also the people and also consumers aware about the animal welfare. Animal welfare will also affect the issue of sustainability in animal production. And then there is also issue of food, fuel, and feed. There is the computation, there's competitions between food, fuel, like organic fuel that produced from the natural resources, especially for sustainable green products, like from corn and also other plants, and also feed. Lands relatively stable, but the need for food, fuel, and feed is also increasing. And last, also about the natural feeding, there's just the high demand on antibiotic-free of animal products. The way how to overcome this demand, the product of animal like broiler or layer with eggs, without using antibiotic in the feed, for example, because there is also a big challenge in this area. How we can keep the animal productions steadily high performance without any application of antibiotic. Just to remind that the nutrient efficiency in broiler, for example, according to the review on the paper, that the efficiency of dry matter for the broilers only around 70%, while the gross energy around 75%, nitrogens, protein, for example, in this case 55%, while phosphor, phosphor efficiency in the broiler is only 45%. So if we could improve the nutrient retention in the body of the broiler, so in this case, we can have less manure output, less nutritives in the manure, and also improve feed conversion. This is the challenge. The efficiency of nutrient utilization in the broiler should be improved. This is our challenge in this area, because like energy, nitrogen, phosphorus, especially, and nitrogen is phosphor is one of the nutrient that is less efficient utilization in the broiler. So the capacity in improving this nutrient like nitrogen or protein and phosphor, that is common for the animal nutrition, broiler nutrition. So will improve the efficiency and feed conversion in this broiler. This is our challenge. So as an animal nutritionist, I think the challenge is how we can convert a feed into quality animal products like meat, egg, and milk in a sustainable manner, considering the people, planet, profit, and of course, animal welfare. And how are the strategies? The strategies and approach should be first, reduction of feed or nutrient waste. So how to maximize the retention of nutrients in the body of animals, and decreasing the nutrient waste to the environment. And then reduction of land area used for animal feed, because there's competition between fuel, food, and feed, which raw material of feed that use the land more efficiently. This is also approach that could be developed in the future. And then the third one is formulation with sustainability criteria. So the issue of sustainability must be considered when we formulate the feed for our animals, our livestock. And last one of the strategies is how we can increase the efficiency of the productivity. This is one of the approach is the strategy, and the approach would be precision, for example, nutrition methods, nutrigenomic, and so on. I will more focusing on this area. So what is the precision nutrition? Precision nutrition is a better understanding of the nutritional value of the raw material used. Precision nutrition also need a better understanding of the nutritional needs of animal in their different production phases, depend on physiological status in this case. And precision nutrition is also a system to adjust nutrient intakes to the needs of the animal. In this case, we need Internet of Things or IoT to support in the formulations, in the system of production, and so on. And just to let you know, it is just a comparison between what the balanced nutrition and precision nutrition. We can see just an analogy that as we know, the feed contains either more or less nutrient than the quantities required by the animals, which has negative effects on growth, reproduction, etc. So as a nutritionist, we always, of course, keep in mind about the balanced rations. And precision nutrition, yeah, this is a feeding technique that allow proper amount of feed with the suitable composition according to the production objective. In this case, maximum or controlled production rates, including environment and animal welfare issues, to be supplied in timely manner to a group of animals or to individual animals in a group. This is the definition made by Pomar and Milken. Yeah. So when we talk about the balanced rations, mean between animal requirement and feed supply that we formulate would be balanced. Well, precision, we just an analog. This is a picture how the precision is. Yeah. And then just the difference between precision and accuracy. Yeah, this accuracy is how close a measured value to the actual or true. Yeah, there is an error prone and doubtful. And then precision is the how close the measured value are to each other, each other. That can be repeatable and reproducible. In the left picture, for example, this is the high precision and high accuracy. While in the middle is high precision but low accuracy. While our right hand here is low precision and low accuracy. So the precision nutrition must be high precision and high accuracy, repeatability, reproducible. Then nutrient that we provide to the livestock is as close to the requirement. So the advantages of precision nutrition is the effective utilization of nutrient, and of course of feed, optimize the productivity, reduce the feed loss, and reduce environmental pollution, and finally improve profitability. This is the area that we are going to go. How we can improve the profitability in the animal farming by approaching to the precision nutrition. However, there's also the challenge when we apply the precision nutrition or even precision feeding, yeah, because we should able to estimate the nutrient requirement of the individual animals. So the estimation of nutrient requirement, because the cattle is, or livestock or chicken and everything developed by the physiological status, yeah, the young and the old and so on. For example, the chicken from the starter or pre-starter, starter, grower, and finisher. The nutrients requirement is of course different among physiological status of the animal. And then reliability, yeah. Of course, we need a kind of electronic device in the farm, yeah, to check to follow the reliability. And then since then, tedious management and the question of cost effectiveness. So the precision nutrition and or precision feedings consider about the right composition of feed and then right amount of feed distributed to the animal, right proportion and right time. This is an approach that we also consider as informative intensive nutrition or personalized nutrition. This is the approach. And precision feedings is involving, as I mentioned, right amount of feed and then right composition, right time to each animal in the herd. And precision feeding is proposed as an essential approach, yeah, to improve nutrient utilization, reducing feed costs, and reducing nutrient excretion. According to Ben Hazi, he mentioned about the precision nutrition is the practice of meeting the nutrients requirements of animal as accurately as possible in the interest of a safe, high quality, and efficient production, while ensuring the lowest possible loads on the environment. So in fact, precision nutrition and the application in the feeding model is a kind of multidisciplinary approach, yeah? Not only in natural sciences, but also involving technological science. from, for example, physiology, microbiology, immunology, molecular biology or genetic, chemistry or biochemistry, mathematics, and then involving technological science and computer science to support the system production or through the computing of nutrient requirement, nutrients availability, and so on. So in fact, the precision nutrition need to make a precision nutrition need also another science, in this case technological science. So to meet unique nutritional requirement, and then precision nutrition is we supply exactly what the animal needs to grow maximally. Just a kind of principle of precision feeding. For example, this is a farmer, and then the farmer describe about the farm parameters like biological parameters, and then there is a data collection by the sensor, and then data transmission, data storage and treatment. And then there is a farmer input. If there's a problem, they consult to the consultant and so on. There is a smartphone or computer that collect in timely manner, real time. So the farmer can control exactly what happened in the farm. And there's an automation and so on, like feeding, milking, drinking, and so on. So the principle of precision feeding, yes, characteristic of the animals in the small group, we can control of it intakes, growth potential, body condition, physical activities, and so on, and also health. And then to better adapt supplies, the quantity and quality of feed according to time, when the suitable time to feed, and group only feeding. And finally, this will improve efficiency, like reduction of cost, reduction of excretion, control of the quality. Since this precision nutrition need a precise estimation of nutrient requirement, so we should really understand about the animal factor. The need of the requirements, nutrient requirement, is depend on animal factor and external factors. Animal factors, in this case, we have a feeding standard that we can adopt it. There is a genotype, age, sex, body weight, state of production, reproduction. The respective factor should be considered. While external factors, there is environmental temperature, tropical countries compared to the subtropical countries, it's different. Health status, stress, husbandry conditions, water intake, and voluntary activities like animal welfare. This is voluntary activities that animal can express their own natural character. And precise nutrient analysis, because when we know about the nutrient requirement of the animals, and then we formulate the feed that we will provide nutrients, we should know more or less exactly assessment of nutritional characteristic. For example, the precise composition of feed ingredients. So the needs to know about the presence of anti-nutritional factor, availability of nutrient, protein quality, mineral content, and vitamin content. So understanding the nutrient quality of the respective feedstuff or raw material would be a necessity, including micro ingredient, mineral content, macro, micro, for example, and also vitamins also should be well assessed, well understood. And then ration formulation, considering the energy density because of this fat intake, environmental temperature, and composition of protein amino acid should be considered, like calorie protein ratio between grower and finisher, between young and adult animal. The formulations must be different, and vitamin mineral contents, and also water content of each raw material. There is the for the formulation of the ration, formulate of the rations based on available of nutrient. Here we can just a little bit imagine that the traditional ration formulation generally based on crude protein, and crude protein assessed by the laboratory analysis. But when we move to precision nutrition, not enough considering crude protein. It must be amino acid basis. Even now is digestible of amino acid basis, and of course more precise, exact amino acid needs to the animals. How the need of amino acid. That's why ideal protein and tissue accretion basis, amino acid digestibility and amino acid basis. Comparing to the traditional ration formulation just by the level of crude protein, that is not enough, in fact, because we should go more detail on feed analysis, feed row, and so on. Just this is an example. The quality of or energy content of like a barley, depending on the composition and so on. In fact, different from time to time. This is the analysis from one side to another side, one time to another time. The composition is not stable, not always the same. So when we formulate the ration, for example, finished feed, we should consider the exact or more closely maximum possible the nutrient content. Like there is starch is different, from even there is a same product like barley. This is just an example. There's a difference. And of course, there's an example of the availability of nutrients. When we formulate, for example, a basis on total lysine, using soybean meal or sunflower meal or rapeseed meal, we formulate based on total lysine or based on digestible lysines. The effect on cane, for example, is completely different. This is the digestible amino acid is more reliable, more accurate rather than basis on the total lysine, for example, or total amino acid. This is the trial of Japan. So to go to the direction of precise nutrition, crude proteins is more and more reconsidered, and we use synthetic amino acid. We can consider about the use of amino acid at this time being. I think it's quite available. It's different type of amino acid. Especially for the simple stomach animal like poultry, they require essential amino acids. Dietary protein level 2 to 4% can be replaced by the amino acid, synthetic amino acid. And then improvement in the absorption and protein synthesis. Using the amino acid synthetic can improve the absorption and protein synthesis in the body, and a reduction in nitrogen excretion, even almost by 20%. So by decreasing dietary protein from, for example, 18.9% to 14%, they will reduce the odor, the pollutions up to 43%. This is also just an example of acceleration of amino acid to lysine. For example, lysine as the standard. We can consider the composition of amino acid. That is there's according to the NRC. There is the ideal amino acid. Ideal ratios of amino acid to lysine. That's for maintenance, for example, body tissue, milk synthesis, protein accretion, and so on. It is vis-a-vis to 100% as, for example, lysine as standard. I will not go further in this area. And of course, when we know about the nutrient requirements and then feed availability and this composition, nutrient content, and so on, and then formulations, And now we should also keep in mind about the processing, because raw material also should be processed, like uniform particle size will affect the gain of the livestock. This is just an example for the swine. Particle size reduction will improve growth rate, improve feed efficiency, improve digestibility, and also decrease in nitrogen excretion. So this is a process, and also technological process like foam, whether in form of mesh or in form of pellet. In form of mesh, feed waste up to 20%, decrease in feed efficiency and limited feed intake. While when we make in form of pellet, for example, diameter excretion decreased by 23%, and excretion also decreased by 22%. Feed efficiency also improved by 6.6%. This is and also, since the price of feed raw material is also increasing, the maximum approach to improve its utilization, nutrient utilization, is important. One of the way is using feed enzyme, for example, like fiber degrading enzyme, non-starch polysaccharide can be used, and then non-starch polysaccharide, like mysoza diet, we can use protease or alpha galactosidase, etc. In wheat or barley, we can use silanase, beta-glucanase, that according to this improve the digestibility. And in the case of phosphor, for example, using phytase, as indigestible form of phosphor. So by adding phytase, they will improve growth performance, reducing phosphorus excretions by 6 to 15%, improves nutrient digestibility by 2 to 7%, and reduce environmental pollution. So the use of enzyme, feed enzymes, also highly recommended. Another things also, we can use another feed additive like antibiotic, growth hormone, probiotic, prebiotic, symbiotic, organic acid, antioxidant, phytobiotic, eubiotic, organic acid, and also like another thing is essential oil, for example. Research in this area, I think, is quite a number at this time being, how to maximize the nutritive efficiency and utilization by the animal by adding the feed additive. And just the example here to control environmental pollution, when we feed imprecise, for example, offer supply of nutrition phosphor, of course, there is gas loss to the environment that provoke the environment, the odor and ammonia content in the air, for example. Assuming that 5% waste on average, for example, so 7.5% nitrogen waste in the environment, and also there is a waste of 35% of the carbohydrate. So nutrition is in waste, energy in waste, carbohydrate in waste. So on the aspect of nutritional interventions, precision feeding, precision nutrition could control pollution by matching nutrient requirements. By precise feeding, reduce nitrogen inputs to the level of requirement to maintain optimal production. So the use highly digestible ingredients, for example, by adding enzyme, for example, improving digestibility of the low protein diets, use of synthetic amino acids, and multi-phase feeding. This is another approach that we can do. This is just an example. Recently, a paper published, by William Lambert, that reducing crude protein in the broiler diet, there is no impact on performance, but they can reduce environment negative impact. This is quite good information that ration formulation should be based on amino acid, digestibility of amino acid when we considering about the protein. This is the difference. For example, during the growing period of the broiler, using low compared to the high, for example, the performance is not significantly different. While on the nutrition efficiency, you can by reducing nitrogen intake from 0 to 35 days nitrogen per day, they will improve efficiency of nitrogen utilization of the product. This is quite good information that there's no negative impact by decreasing nitrogen crude protein, even 2% point did not negatively affect on growth performance or carcass trait, but clearly decreases all environmental impacts of broiler production from nitrogen emission. Global warming potential can be reduced by this approach, decreasing nitrogen content. So to end up, just some point as the take-home message. So the issue of sustainability of livestock farming is the critical issue in the near future. I think it started from now and also since a couple of years up to next decades. And then precision nutrition is provision of right amount of feed with the right composition at the right times to an animal based on physiological status. The approach would be both on the precision nutrition and precision feeding. Is an essential approach to reduce feeding costs and nutrient excretion for economic and eco-friendly livestock production. And then feed additives can be used to improve feed efficiency and animal productivity. I think that's all, Rose. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank
Sorry
you, Professor
if
Lee.
there is something unclear. So I will hand over to the Rose. If any other comment or questions, please feel free. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. It is very clear that what we feed to animal, if it's not going into muscle or improve their body performance, it's a lot to be waste, which is affect the environmental in the farm, which is that's going to be the point that all the farm now has to work together in order to be cope up with the situation that they look at livestock sector as the key issue for environmental impact. So I think this going to be we start for long already, but how we can implement in the wider community, wider industry perspective. So now it's come to the question from the audience, Doctor. The precision nutrition will help in performance, will help also in sustainability, but also require the investment in related to the technology and IoT. So we understand that a lot of contract farming, a lot of farming around the world, even in Indonesia, there is a lot of small and medium farm site. So how you see from your perspective, how we can encourage and how we can get them, because they kind of worried already what is the cost will impact them more, and normally when they feed they may note and have the how many kg they feed to the chicken, but somehow they may not have the good record. So doctor, your answer please.
Yes, thank you. I think this is questions by the farmers when they should adopt the approach. Of course, they think about the price and the cost, whether they will increase the cost or not. And of course, in fact, this is a big approach. I mean, the policy of governments and then issue environmentals and so on. Yeah. When we comes to the reality that the feed waste, of course, there is a problem of pollutions, and then when we go to the, for example, ration formulation approaching by the precision nutrition and precision feeding, we need support, and we need also some technological adoption. For example, by using feed additive, some cases maybe increase the cost, but we should consider also when we increase the cost, in fact also we reduce another thing. So we cannot just head to head this increase the cost, but we considering a big picture, what this area. And for example, adopting the like Internet of Things, and I think at this time being more and more needed, because when in the case of Indonesia, just I would mentioning Rose, now the broiler farmer not only keeping or raising 10,000 and so on, at least 20,000, 40,000, 100,000 using closed house system. If they don't provide it like Internet of Things by controlling, for example, number and then real-time controlling of temperature, humidity, ammonia, so we cannot action what is the suitable thing. Yeah, fortunately, with our group, we have a trial to develop a kind of Internet of Things to support the broiler farming system. That we call it a broiler eggs. Maybe one day you can consult or open using in YouTube or in social media, or I don't know, using a broiler eggs. One of our team research and development connecting Internet of Things with real time controlling what happened in the farm, in the house for broiler farming.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Doctor. I think there are a lot of development going on, especially with genetics company. They must work with the, people on the field and many companies. But the starting, I think we have to help the farmer to step out from their comfort zone area, and then we help together. Then the sustainable approach in the farm could be there, definitely, with people like you and other speakers in this platform by Lachance. I have the question from our audience here. He really want to ask about the case in Indonesia, Professor. Mr. Eric asks that how does precision feeding optimize efficiency and profitability, and how is it important to sustainable livestock production? So can you give some explanation and example from Indonesia that you deal with?
Yeah, I think thank you, Eric Moliana, for the excellent questions. I think the animal nutritionist, or broiler nutritionist, or layer nutritionist in the feed mill industry is considered highly this issue like precision nutrition in it, because the price of raw material increasing. So the competition among the feed mill industry also tight. Yeah, while the environmental issue and so on also quite pressing, yeah, time to time. And I'm sure the animal nutritionist from feed mill industry is the considers more and more in this approach for sustainability and precision nutrition. The question is, in the case of Indonesia, how the profitability and efficiency improve. I think the adoption of by using during the formulation, during the calculation of the ration formulation, finished product, they also already considering the digestibility of amino acid. They use also some feed additive, either enzyme or organic acid and so on. Yeah, because we do not allow also to use antibiotic, for example, in the common feed. So in this aspect, I think Indonesian feed millers also consider this this approach by ration formulations, but unfortunately we do not have the data exactly. For example, nutrient requirements under Indonesian circumstance. For example, the broiler, because with the rapid growth of the broiler, of course, they need nutrients availability also increase. Unfortunately, we don't have enough data on what is the real nutrient requirements under Indonesian circumstances, under Indonesian situation. So I think we have a homework in this area.
So Professor, put in this way, from your UG, how many farms already start doing precision feeding? Maybe can give kind of rough number how you start and how many years you already start on that.
Yeah, we just recently, not a long time ago. I think more intensively a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, last 2 or 3 years, and now for the broiler farmers also starting to try this area. I think still in the early beginning, not
Okay.
like an advanced situation.
So now question from myself, I'm really curious. When you convince the farm to use precision nutrition, what is the key point that you use to convince them? It's about the waste, it's about the cost, it's about the performance. How you see adoption from the farm that accept it faster when you use that driver?
Yeah. Based on our limited experience, we don't deal with environmental issue yet, because under Indonesian situations, environmentals, everybody aware about this, but it's common. Everybody is.
Yes.
So we for the first thing, we promote the necessity of efficiency nutrient utilization. When we go to the nutrient utilizations, it's mean productivity. Productivity mean profitability, and then finally go to the environment issue. This is the last thing, because our situation a little bit. It's my opinion, And
yes.
The second one about the easy way to manage the farm. I think every farmer needs to know what happened in the farm. So by using the gadget, by using the mobile, the farmer can control what happened in the farm. How many chicken diet, and then how many feeds already, the intake. For example, if having 40,000 chicken or broiler, for example, how many ton already? So we know already, by using this, how many ton of the feed already consumed, the temperature inside, and then the humidity inside. So the easy way how to control is one of the promising thing, for the farmer.
Yes. So I totally agree, doctor. So environmental impact might be like the last choice that they're gonna consider to change right away, but what involve them, profitability, put in at the heart, in your hand to see profit and things, and business model can put in the mobile gadget. It's really can convince. Thank you, doctor. So the next question, Professor, what is the effect of inclusion of urea in the chicken feeds? And what is the filler material after attaining the levels of crude protein in the poultry diet?
Yeah, I think as a single structure digestivus, like chicken is not sustaining by eating a kind of urea, because the metabolism is not possible to get feed with rich in urea. I think it's different completely from ruminants. Yeah. So I think your eyes are not common because it's not suitable for the poultry. Yeah.
Okay, so I go to next question. This will be the last question, doctor. And I apologize for the question I could not ask. So Dr. Ali will answer to you on the Q&A. The last question is, how do you think we should adapt to the new breeds catalogs where they show lower protein and energy requirement?
Yeah, I think no, ration formulation is not based on protein level. The importance is composition of amino acids. Yeah. So when we considering the formulation of, for example, corn soy diet, yeah, of course, this is not only the proteins. The protein is not enough. It must be amino acid composition, and then digestibility of respective amino acids, and then this must be formulated based on this aspect. Otherwise, it's not competitive anymore, because just recent paper published just a couple of weeks by Lambert, by decreasing 2% of crude proteins doesn't affect on the performance and so on, but decreasing significantly the environmental negative effect through the. So I think in the near future, by considering the ration formulations using amino acid or synthetic amino acids, and then applying feed additives, many type of feed additives, like using and any time, I think is also needed. Otherwise, we cannot make balance and precision nutrition in this case.
All right, thank you, Professor Dr. Ali. Thank you very much for today's presentation. Terima kasih. Very nice and very detailed. I think many of audience want to have your presentation. May I repeat again for the presentation? You can contact Dr. Ali or Lachance Group. So I would like to go to the next speaker. We are going to have another interesting topics, which is we already talked about the business aspect, about the flavor formulation in the country like Bangladesh. We just now hearing about precision nutrition, which is now adapted into human. And now we are talking about animal nutrition, which is about cope up with the challenge on the cost, challenge on the climate change, and for the better production and performance. Right now I have with me Professor Dr. Khaled Nasr. He is from Cairo University. He's going to speak with us on application sharing of new feed raw materials and new feed additive in Egyptian feed industry. Assalamu alaikum, doctor. So we are...
Alaikum salam. Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to thank you very, very much. Thanks, Professor Ali. Thanks to my colleagues in the starting of the day. Good morning from Egypt, all my colleagues and all participants in the webinar. Would like to thank Lachance company. My lecture today titled about application sharing of new feed raw materials and feed additives in Egyptian feed industry. My name is Professor Dr. Khaled Nasr, Professor and Head of Nutrition and the Clinical Nutrition Department, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Cairo University. We know the poultry feeds represented more than 80% of the cost of the poultry industry. Poultry feeds represented more than 80% of the cost of the poultry feeds. Especially the dietary energy contents in the poultry diets represented more than 70 or 75% of the cost of the feeds. And nowadays, the actual situation, not in Egypt, but in the world, we have recent changes starting from COVID-19 infections, passing to Russia-Ukraine war. We suffered from prices of conventional raw material such as yellow corn, soybean meal, corn gluten meal, monocalcium phosphate, dicalcium phosphate, even individual vitamins and the minerals are very high, are incredibly high, especially the fats, the vegetable fats and the oils also are very expensive, not in Egypt, but in the world, globally. So, as said Dr. Ali, we must have solutions to overcome these challenges. We want to reduction the cost of farm feeds. We want to reduction the environmental pollutions. We want to improve the feed efficiency in the poultry. So we are search and looking for new unconventional feed raw material for poultry with cheaper, low prices than the conventional one. But we have some limitations found in these unconventional or non-traditional feed raw materials fed to the poultry. They contain many anti-nutritional factors. So our goals or target to maximize, how to maximize the nutrient utilization of these non-traditional feed ingredients in the poultry feed industry by using different feed additives, by improving the protein digestibility of these non-conventional materials, improving the energy utilization, improving the mineral and vitamin bioavailability. Well, okay, let's go. We know in poultry feeds in Egypt based mainly on corn, soybean meal based diet due to their high nutrient availability. But I said the prices of the yellow corn and the soybean meal are incredibly high. The vegetable oils and the fats are very expensive as well. So we look to new alternatives and conventional feed raw materials fed to poultry, but we have many anti-nutritional factors like mycotoxins, fibers like non-starch polysaccharide, phytate phosphorus, trypsin inhibitors, guzibol, linamarin, antilinase, hydrocyanic acid, saponin, and tannins. The question is how to overcome, how to reduce these anti-nutritional factors not found only in conventional feed raw materials, but also non-conventional one. Let's talk about what the alternatives feed ingredients for yellow corn. We know the yellow corn is a main energy source in the poultry diets. Yellow corn is very palatable to the bird because it contains 3 to 4% of the fats. Yellow corn containing cryptosensine pigments, one of the carotenoid pigments, give yellow coloration of the egg yolk, especially in layers. So we have alternative for yellow corn. We have in Egypt white corn, especially grown from Upper Egypt, mostly dry, having low mycotoxin load, can completely replace the yellow corn as it contains much protein content than the yellow corn with 1 to 2% higher than the yellow corn with the same energy value. And we have many trials in Egypt can replace completely the yellow corn with the white one, especially in broiler flocks and the breeders. And also maybe can replace completely in the layers, but pay attention with the yellow coloration of egg yolk, must using the cryptosensine or carotenoid pigments, either natural like alpha-alpha meal or synthetic carotene pigments in order to maintain the yellow coloration of egg yolk. For example, Also, we can use many alternatives for the yellow corn, like barley, especially wax one, white corn, sorghums, oats, wheat bran, DDGS, millets, broken rice, broken wheat, broken biscuit wastes, broken pasta, noodles, potato peels, potatoes, dry orange peel waste, dry processed grains. There are many alternatives as unconventional or non-traditional feed ingredients for yellow corn. But we must maximize the protein digestibility of these alternatives, the energy utilization, the mineral bioavailability, reduction the anti-nutritional factor, because they contain many anti-nutritional factors, as I discuss later, can affect the performance of the poultry, either the gross performance in broilers, or fertility, or hatchability, or leg problems, or feed consumption, or meat quality. We have many limitations. For example, high tannin content for sorghum and millet, high fiber content, phytate phosphorus content higher in the wheat bran, DDGS, high fibers, mycotoxin load higher, high content of sodium, millets also high fiber and tannins, many limitations, but we can maximize the nutrient utilization of these non-conventional raw material. Well, the barley, one of important cereal grains given millet to the equines, but can be used as substitute a part of yellow corn and poultry feeds. Especially the barley contain high percent of amylopectin than the amylose, which can be easily digestible by the poultry. But we must remove the outer hulls and awns which contain in the barley. Also the sorghums and the millets called the family sorghums, including the brown corn, sweet corn, millet or sorghum. So millet or sorghum, long time ago, we can use the in Sudan country, many years ago, 90 to 95% similar in nutritive value, like the corn, yellow corn or the white corn. The problem of the sorghums contain high tannin concentrations. There are two types of sorghums, low tannin and high tannin content. Low tannin content, about 0.5% tannins. High tannin contain more than 1 to 5% of tannins. The problem of tannins make chelation with the protein and reduction of protein digestibility, and they may affect the gross performance of the bird. But we can, there are some methods to hydrolyze and reduction the tannin content of the sorghum using some alkali solution. Oats also one of cereal grain similar typically to the barley, contain one high energy content, contain high level of fibers. We must using fiber degrading enzymes. I discuss how to maximize the nutrient utilization of these cereal grains, but can use in poultry feeds without any negative impacts. Wheat bran and wheat middlings, cereal byproducts produced from the wheat milling byproducts. Wheat bran, we used wheat bran in the layer and the breeder diets during the rearing phases, with the percent reach to 10 to 15 or 20%, especially in layer developer or in pre-breeder. But can use this, there are many trials and many research, we can use wheat bran in broiler diets, and the the level reach to 10 to 20% inclusion rate. But take care, the wheat bran contain high fiber content, high phytate phosphorus, high the fiber content in the form of soluble arabinoxylans. Soluble arabinoxylan. We must use beta-xylanase as exogenous fiber degrading enzymes to degrade the fiber content in the wheat bran. Okay, DDGS, dry distillers granule solubles. DDGS is byproducts obtained from the process after ethanol extraction by distillation and from yeast fermentation of nitrogen-free extract, which represent 70 to 85% in the corn, which is the starch and sugars. The bulk of the corn composed of starch and sugars. We're taking the starch and sugar and fermented by yeast fermentation and obtaining ethanol by distillation. Ethanol is biofuels instead of normal fuels for eco-friendly environments. So the residues remaining after extraction of all sugars and the starch from the corn increases 3 to 4 times. For example, the yellow corn contain 7 to 7.5% crude protein. The conventional DDGS contain 25 to 27% crude protein. The yellow corn contain 3 to 4% ether extract. The DDGS may contain 11 to 12% ether extract. The crude fiber content in yellow corn 1 to 2%, we have 3 to 4% or 7 to 8% crude fibers. So DDGS is a good raw materials as substitute part of yellow corn and soybean meal in poultry feed, especially in layer diets, no problem. Also, especially in broiler diets with 5 to 7%, no problem. But take attention or pay attention for higher crude fibers, load of mycotoxin is higher and higher sodium content. Millets, as I discussed before, with the sorghums, one of family sorghums, similar completely in nutritional value than yellow corn, may higher nutritional values than the yellow corn, can be included in poultry diets, either broiler or layers or breeders, no problem. But the millets contain high fibers and high tannin content, okay, as anti-nutritional fat. Broken rice, broken wheat, broken pasta can be included in the poultry diets with inclusion rate may exceed 10% or 15%, but the broken rice and the rice bran contain high fat content. High fat content may reach to 14%, leading to spoilage of the feeds due to rancidity. So if we use, please immediately not storage, to use not stored. The broken rice of high nutritional value, the crude protein 10%, energy exceeds 3,000 kcal per kg diets may be good alternatives as an energy source for corn. Also, broken wheat, like broken rice, we can use it in poultry feeds. Inclusion may be exceed to 15 to 20%, but we know the broken wheat have also anti-nutritional factor, especially one for beta-glucan. Broken pasta noodles is the remnant of the pasta factories, okay? It's considered good source of energy because they contain good percent of carbohydrates containing metabolizable energy 3,600 kcal per kg, 12% crude protein, can be as a good replacement as a part of yellow corn. Alternative, this is the first one. Second one, alternative feedstuff for soybean meal. We know the soybean meal is the main protein supplement in the poultry feeds, either 44% crude protein, 46% crude protein, or 48 crude protein. Is the excellent protein supplement in the poultry feeds because it contains all essential and the non-essential amino acid, but it contains suboptimal amount of methionine and cysteine and of high lysine content. There is anti-nutritional factor in soybean meal like trypsin inhibitors, okay, arabinoxylans, galactomannans. The prices of soybean meal, especially in Egypt, become very, very, very high. Actually, incredible high, very, very expensive. So, what the alternatives feed stuffs can substitute a part of soybean meal? Now, these alternatives may include groundnut meal or cake, peanut meal or cake, sesame meal or cake, cotton seed meal, sunflower meal, peas, algae, azola, dry orange peel, dry drummond contents, peanut meal. Peanut meal is good in Sudan, always using groundnut meal instead of soybean meal. So peanut meal can replace a part of soybean meal, but take care, peanut meal deficient in serine, but rich in arginine amino acids. Okay, so can include it in the poultry diets, but take care from aflatoxin contaminations. Peanut meal contain high level of mycotoxins, especially the aflatoxins. So wanted to fortify the diet with a type of clays, modified clays or husks. Okay, anti-nutritional factor peanut, trypsin inhibitor, as any oilseed byproducts, as all oilseed byproducts, even soya, cottonseed, sunflower, peanut, containing trypsin inhibitors. Okay, but trypsin inhibitor can detoxifying by the heat treatment during oil extraction, and they can evaluate in the laboratory of nutrition during or by using the urease activity test. If the level of urease activity 0.2 to 0.5 milliequivalent per milliequivalent per kg, this is okay, and this oilseed byproduct toasted or roasted well, or good heat treated. If less than 0.2 is overheated, make like protein denaturation of this oilseed byproducts. More than 0.5, 0.61, is the heat treatment not good. Sesame meal can be used in the poultry diet, can replace part of soybean meal. It contains 35 to 47% crude protein. It contains high level of phytate phosphorus, may make problem with the calcium absorption. So please take care with the calcium recommendation when take our calcium required must be increased by 2% when using the sesame meal. Also the cottonseed, one of oilseed byproducts, can be used in the poultry diets. Okay, we have in Egypt 25-27% crude protein, and also we can import 41% crude protein. The anti-nutritional factor in cottonseed meal or cake containing guzibol. Guzibol is polyphenolic pigments. Polyphenolic pigments may bind with lysine during process, and lysine become unavailable to the chicken. Guzibol may decrease الفيد intake, الجروث rate in broiler chicken, but can use as a part of soybean meal, but must be optimize the protein digestibility, energy utilization, the phytate phosphorus content of cottonseed meal. Sunflower meal, also one of oilseed byproduct from sunflower seeds, can be including in the poultry diets with levels may exceed 15 to 20%. Sunflower meal is a good source of protein with amino acid availability similar to soybean meal and much higher than those in cotton seeds. Bees can be used as a partial replacement of soybean meal because it contains about 25% crude proteins, but lacking of sulfur-containing amino acid methionine, cysteine. So must be the increase of level of methionine and methionine plus cysteine when using bees. Algae also important source of unconventional protein, 50 to 60% higher oils, especially omega-3, omega-6 fatty acid, higher vitamins, higher minerals, antioxidants. There are some algae contain more than 70% crude protein. Algae, the most common species of algae, spirulina. Spirulina can replace the incorporation of the vitamin and trace mineral premix in the poultry diets, is okay. Pay attention when using the algae in poultry diets for lipid peroxidation, because it contains high level of polyunsaturated fatty acid. So algae or spirulina can be included with 5 to 10% in the poultry feeds without negative impact on performance. Azolla is aquatic plant and the aquatic and the floating plant, aquatic and the floating fern. It contains 25 to 35% crude protein, 10 to 15 minerals, 7 to 10 amino acid, especially higher in lysine. Azolla with algae makes symbiotic relationship as a beneficial source of protein, can be fed to farm animals without any negative impact in poultry diet up to 5% with positive effect on the growth performance. The limitation of using of azolla due to ADF, acid tertiary fiber, and lignin. So the last one of this session, how to improve the nutrient utilization of non-conventional feedstuff and poultry feeds. Make like nutrition booster through optimizing the fiber digestibility, protein digestibility, improving the energy utilization, improving the mineral bioavailability through using the feed additives in the poultry feeds, like enzymes in the form of proteases, xylinases, beta-xylinase, beta-glucanase, beta-mannanase, phytases, 5G, 10G, all these enzymes are most stable, especially for broiler feeds, because in the form of gram or pellets, toxin binders, HGP alternative for gut health, like acidifiers, probiotic, prebiotic, symbiotics, essential oils, and the performance enhancer like bile acid renewal. NSB, one of anti-nutritional factors found in corn, cereals, soybean meal, non-conventional feed additives, alternative to corn, alternative to soybean meal. There are two types of non-starch polysaccharides, soluble NSB and insoluble NSB. Soluble NSB make like gel-like material in the intestine of the bird, inducing higher viscosity because it absorbs all water in the intestine, all oxygen, absorbs the bile salts, and the intestine become highly viscous. and this inducing what is called necrotic enteritis, because make like flourishing of Clostridium perfringens type A and C, and migrating from tussicae to the ileum or duodenum, flourishing, multiply, growth, higher growth, higher numbers, producing endotoxin or enterotoxins, and inducing necrotic enteritis. Necrotic enteritis always accompanied by coccidiosis and wheat litters and higher mortalities in the farm. This is the soluble one. Insoluble, so we have viscous grains, have higher soluble NSB and low insoluble one. We have non-viscous grains like corn, higher insoluble NSB, low soluble. But during the pelleting process of the feeds for broilers, many of insoluble NSB can convert to soluble one, and they make high viscosity and they make necrotic enteritis. So we must improve the fiber stability or the fiber content in the conventional or unconventional raw material in poultry diet by using NSB digesting enzymes for a lot of nutrients like starch, because the starch, we have about 3 to 5% of starch not digested, escaping to behind the gut, and they undergo starch fermentation, producing gases. Gases lead to mortalities in the poultry, in the birds. The protein not digested, go down to behind the gut, undergo putrefaction. Putrefaction means ammonia production. Ammonia production means CCD, CRT, and many respiratory manifestations. So NSB digestive enzymes, okay, unlock of nutrients, improve gut health, okay, and we can using the beta-xylinases or arabinoxylans, beta-glucanases for 1,4-beta-glucan, if we use barley, if we use wheat, okay, and the beta-manganase, if we're using soybean meal or oilseed byproducts, beta-manganases, either on top or reformulation. On top, the farmers tell me, you give me a high price of the tom feeds. Please, no, I will reformulate. We have the matrix value of these enzymes. For example, the beta-xylinase give releasing energy, or sparing energy, sparing protein amino acid, is sparing some minerals. I only reformulated with the value of the energy, and all nutrients released to add value on top application to improve the quality of the feed stuff. So we can use the enzymes like NSP digestive enzymes, like beta-xylinase, beta-manganase, beta-glucanase, okay, or proteases, especially to optimize or to improve the protein digestibility of non-conventional feed stuffs. Okay, we have the matrix value. We can use this matrix value for diet formulation for poultry in order to reduction the cost, and the cost to become cost effective for ton of feeds. Also the phytate phosphorus. Phytate phosphorus, one of anti-nutritional factors in the poultry feeds, represented 65 to 70% of plant phosphorus contents. The bird cannot utilize this phytate organic phosphorus, and they can excrete it in the environment, and they making environmental pollution because the poultry lacking endogenous phytate enzyme. If we use exogenous phytase enzyme as the feed additives can degrade the phytate phosphorus, which is in the form of IP6. IP6 can be degraded to IP5. IP5 can degrade to IP4 until in a store ring, which is my sugar, which is antioxidant. So now we have for broilers, for layers, for breeders, phytase requirements. The broilers, we have 500 phytase unit per kilogram broiler diets, or layers and the breeder during rearing phases, similar requirements such as broiler feeds, but layer and the breeder during production, we use 60% of the inclusion rate of broilers or layer or breeder during rearing period. Okay, we have phytase 5G, 5,000 phytase unit per grams. We have phytase 10G, 10,000 phytase unit per gram. Nowadays, we're using the matrix value of phytases in broilers. If we use, for example, 500 phytase unit per kilogram broiler diet, can sparing about 6 or 6 to 7 kilogram of monocalcium phosphate. If we use the matrix to double dose from 500 to 1,000, we can sparing more or can reducing more monocalcium phosphate up to 8 or 8 to 9 kilogram MCB. Nowadays, we use triple doses of thermostable phytases. 7th generation, we can reduce more than 10 or 11 kilogram of the mono. We know the most expensive nutrients in the poultry feeds are 3. Energy number 1, protein number 2, phosphorus number 3. And the phosphorus sources in the world, the prices are very high. So to make a reduction of environmental pollution, to make a reduction of the cost of the poultry feeds, we can use the exogenous thermostable phytases, okay, with the matrix value, triple dose, okay, can replace 10 or 11 monocalcium phosphate. And if we use DCB, can be reduction more and more. Also, proteases to improve the protein digestibility. Protein digestibility in conventional raw materials like soybean meal, full fat soya, rapeseed, sunflower, meat and bone meal is never 100%. Only 10 to 30% of crude protein and amino acid are not digested. And when we use unconventional raw materials in the poultry feeds, we must maximize the protein digestibility. Sunflower, groundnut, cottonseed, sesame, we must improve the protein and the amino acid digestibility. And when we use now low protein diets, we can reducing the cost because we depend on essential digestible essential amino acid index profile, not depend on protein requirements. So please, if we decide to take or to work with unconventional raw materials, you must maximize the protein, energy, fiber stability, okay, and the gut health, okay? So also mycotoxins. Mycotoxin, there is no raw materials or poultry feeds free from mycotoxin. We have more than 460 mycotoxin found in different raw material and feeds. For poultry industry, we have 5 or 6 groups attacking the poultry industry. Aflatoxin groups, 16 to 18 aflatoxin. The most important one for poultry, aflatoxin P1, 50% of total aflatoxin, aflatoxin B2, aflatoxin G1, aflatoxin G2, ochratoxin A, zearalenone, especially for layers and breeders, because working on estrogen receptors, affecting negatively on fertility and hatchability, T2, DON, deoxynivalenol, and a few mentions. So we must use toxin binders in your feeds because there is no raw materials or broiler or layer breeder feeds from mycotoxin. We can use biological toxin binders, clays, or mixed clays, but modified clays with biological toxin binder. Biological toxin binder may be enzymes like peptidases, esterases, reductases for biodegradation or biotransformation of the mycotoxin. Maybe use Saccharomyces cerevisiae wall, mannano beta-glucan. Maybe use some bacteria from rumen of ruminants. Okay, biotransformation of trichosines, for example, to non-toxic metabolites. Also, transformation of ochratoxin A ila phenylalanine, which is essential amino acid, and the ochratoxin alpha. Chemical toxin binder, we must use modified clays, modified Carcass, hydrate sodium calcium aluminum silicate, modification, physical modification, chemical modification, pH modification, physical modification must be micronized or nanonized to bigger surface area to absorb large numbers of mycotoxin. Okay, chemical toxin binder, especially polar mycotoxins, for example, aflatoxins. Some toxin binder absorb the mycotoxin and they can taking the vitamin and the minerals because they are poolers, have charges. So they modified clays chemically by what is called cationic exchange capacity, CEC. CEC in modified clays, either bentonite, sibolite, zeolite, chlorite, must be range from 20 to 60 milliequivalent per kg. Last modification, pH, the toxin binders must have broad spectrum of pH. These for gut health. Also, the car engine. The car engine in the poultry is the gut. So we must maintain always the gut structure and the function sound in order to improve the digestion and the absorption of nutrients, in order to improve the resistance against the pathogens, in order to reduction of mortalities and the morbidities of flocks, in order to improve the feed conversion rate or feed conversion ratio. So how to maintain the gut health, how to maintain the gut microbiome sound, how to maintain the balance between beneficial and non-beneficial bacteria through using antibiotics, but antibiotics are banned since January 2006. Why banning antibiotics? Because they affect beneficial and the non-beneficial bacteria. Antibiotics, we have resistance of pathogens from these antibiotics. Antibiotics in the meat and eggs, we have antibiotic residues in the meat of the bird and the eggs. Also, withdrawal time of antibiotics not always followed by the farmers. So EU, European Union, since January 2006, the antibiotics became banned, prohibited. So what's the alternative? What's the AGP alternatives? We have probiotics, prebiotics, symbiotics, essential oils, and some performance enhancer like bile acids. So probiotics, which is the live microorganism, either bacteria or fungal, such as live Saccharomyces cerevisiae, yeast. Probiotics have many rules: improve digestion, absorption of nutrients, reduce the incidence of diarrhea, control absorption of enterotoxin, production, control the production of ammonia and amines, enhance immunity, enhance or maintain gut health, increase the production of enzymes, producing antibacterial compounds, prebiotic, non-digestible food particles or feed particle like Saccharomyces cerevisiae cell wall, mannane-oligosaccharide, beta-glucan, fructo-oligosaccharide, having adhesion blocker and wash out effect of mannane-oligosaccharide for pathogenic bacteria. And we have activation of macrophages for phagocytosis in the lumen of the intestine for these pathogenic bacteria. But the receptors of phagocytes or macrophages, lectin type receptor on their surface, must be activated by 1316 beta-glucan. Okay? We have two types of beta-glucan. One for beta-glucan, which is anti-nutritional factor, must be degraded by beta-glucanase enzymes. And we have 1316 beta-glucan from the Saccharomyces cerevisiae cell wall, inner cell wall, which is immunostimulant. Okay? Fructo-oligosaccharide, what's the difference between mannane-oligosaccharide and the fructo-oligosaccharides? Fructo-oligosaccharide, like mannane-oligosaccharide, non-digestible fibers, but fermentable. Mannane-oligosaccharide, non-digestible, non-ferment, work on the level of small intestine, improve the villus height, improve the villus crept ratio, improve the digestion and the absorption, because increasing surface area of intestinal villi. First, digestible and fermentable. Fermentable as a result of volatile fatty acid production, like butyrate, which is the main energy source of enterocytes, which make acidic pH, which is unavailable media for pathogenic bacteria, but available media for beneficial bacteria. So the microbiome or gut microbial ecology is a much bigger than expected. No gut microbial community acts by itself. Acidifiers like butyrate, like butyric acid, salt of butyrate, tributyrene, or tributyrene, or monobutyrene, or lauric acid, alpha monolauric acid, acidifiers. Okay. The mode of action of acidifiers will make acidic pH. No, slight shifting the alkaline media, which is favorable for pathogenic bacteria, to a slight acidic pH, which become unavailable for as a media for growth of pathogenic bacteria. Also, the organic acid at pKa, which is the pH at which the organic acid, 50% of this organic acid dissociation and 50% of this acid intact. And the pKa, every organic acid have pKa, which depend on the molecular weight of the acids. The difference between inorganic acid like orthophosphoric acid, H3PO4, we found, especially the toxin binder, which is a group of acids, liquids have orthophosphoric acid with some of organic acids. Only orthophosphoric acid make acidic pH around the bacteria, but cannot enter the cell wall of the bacteria. But the organic acid at pKa, pH 50% dissociate, 50% intact, can enter the cell wall into and dissociate into proton and anions. Anions can decreasing the pH or shifting pH to acidic. The bacteria consume all ATP in order to go outside the proton in the form of hydrogen ion in order to the pH become alkaline again, become very, very, very exhausted. And the proton in the same time break down the genome or DNA of the bacteria. So organic acid may act as bacteriostatic or bactericidal for pathogenic bacteria. For example, butyrate, which is a performance enhancer, reduction weak litter, reduction of necrotic enteritis. Last one, the phytobiotics. Phytobiotics also HGP alternatives like herbs, spices, essential oils, oleoresins, okay? For example, carvacrol, cinnamaldehyde, capsaicin, okay, thymol. Okay. Last, we have also some performance enhancer. Last trials carried out in the Animal and Poultry Research Center, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Moscow University, with the response of broiler chicken to dietary fortification to performance enhancer like bile acid reunion, which improving the emulsification, improving digestion, improves the absorption of dietary fats and the oils and the fat-soluble vitamins and all essential nutrients, okay? These last trials, we have experimental period for 33 days. We have 1,200 birds classified into 3 treatment, T1, T2, T3, or 3 groups. Each group have 5 replicates. Each replicate have 80 birds. The T1 control, fed basal diet only. T2 fed basal diet and fortified or supplemented with 200 grams per ton feed reunion as a bile acid on top. T3 or group 3 basal diet formulated with reunion with the reformulating matrix, using reformulating matrix, 30 kilocalorie, 30 kilocalorie. The data is that the dietary fortification of bile acid reunion improving the cumulative growth performance in the form of body weight. We have significant increase in body weight in T2 on top application of bile acid or reformulated bile acid reunion. Then the control one improves the body weight gain, improves the FCR, improves the aerobic efficient production factor. Also for blood biochemical indices, low cholesterol, low triglycerides, low HDL, low LDL, improving the protein status of the bird, and also improving the intestinal lipase enzyme, also improving the carcass characteristic of the bird, especially in the reduction of the abdominal fat inside the broiler chicken. Thank you for attention, and I wait your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Khaled. Very
Not at all.
comprehensive detail.
Not at all.
So
Yeah.
I have few questions. I first start with the first question that come in. The question is, what is the comparison of the broiler diet with oil and without oil in broiler birds? FCR analysis.
Please, what are
the comparison of broiler diet with oil and without oil in terms of FCR?
Okay, using the vegetable oils.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Using the vegetable oils with the broiler diets. You know, the prices of vegetable oils and fats are incredibly high. In Egypt now, about 50,000 Egyptian pound per ton feeds. Very, very expensive. So we need the oils not only for the energy, but only for the essential fatty acids, especially linoleic acids. If we have the linoleic acid from the feed raw materials in the composition of broiler diets, we can exclude the oils. Or using like bile acid rhenium can reduction the amount of the vegetable oils, because maximizing the emulsification and digestion and the absorption of the vegetable fats.
Okay.
So the results or the comparison, I think the same performance if we don't use oils or we're using oils. Okay.
All right. So the next question, Prof. Why it is recommended to limit sesame seed meal to 10% in feed?
Sesame?
Sesame.
Yeah, sesame meal, yeah. Sesame meal is one of excellent oil seed byproduct from sesame seeds, but they have many anti-nutritional factors like trypsin inhibitor and the fibers.
Oh, okay.
And the fibers, yeah. So the limited inclusion in the broiler diet especially.
So that is recommend to limit at 10.
Yes, 10 is okay.
Okay. Okay. The next one, how long can we store conventional raw materials such as algae and azolla? How long we can store it?
Okay. Azolla is aquatic plant, contain about 98 or 95 to 98 moisture%.
Moisture,
Sure.
okay.
Yes. So if we work with azolla, we must work with dry azolla.
All right.
Or fresh azolla for ducks. For ducks. Mashed or mixed with wheat bran, yeah, and the other cereal or cereal byproducts to give the ducks no problem. But when we using in broiler diets, yeah, we must be dry.
So your recommendation, they have to check the moisture level and treat it and store it in the right. Yeah. Okay.
Azolla and algae, yes.
Okay. All right. So, Professor, the last question, Professor. Oh no, I think 4 more. What are the list of NSP digesting enzyme that normally used in Egypt?
Yes, we always use beta-xylenase enzymes.
Beta-xylenase?
Yes, because the normal conventional diet based on yellow corn and soybean meal. And we have more than 64% of arabinoxylan in the yellow corn. And the yellow corn constitute about 50 to 65 or 70% inclusion rate in broiler diets. So the normal enzyme degrading enzyme famous in Egypt, beta-xylenase enzyme.
All right. So the next one, what are the good ratio of phytase to MCP or DCP? The ratio usage of phytase and MCP and or DCP.
Yes. Last 5 years, we can use super dosing of phytase with a special view. Triple dose of phytase, one dose reformulated matrix to replace certain amount of MCP or DCP, and the 2 other doses on top application to improve the feed conversion or feed efficiency. Nowadays, with the high phosphorus sources prices in the wallets, the view is different now. We can use triple doses of thermostable, intrinsic thermostable phytases as reformulated. So the matrix will move, for example, from 0.15 up to 0.23. 0.15% available phosphorus can reducing about 6 to 7 kg monocalcium phosphate. When using triple dose, the matrix value move to 0.23 or 0.22, we can reduction more than 10 kg of MSCP or 11 kg.
Oh, okay, good.
To be cost effective, yeah. To be
All
cost
right.
effective, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Khaled. And
all,
have few
not at all.
questions that have for you. I will forward to your email and please
Okay.
answer to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, now come to the end of the session. We are going to meet with the Lachance team. So the topic now is about with the price increasing in feed production, how should feed miller reduce cost and increase efficiency? So we have Dr. Cui Xiaoqing with us. She is the Poultry Technical Manager from Lachance. So I would like to invite everyone to listen from her presentation, and thank you on behalf of the audience as well for Dr. Cui. This is a wonderful webinar for today. So floor with you.
Okay, thank you, Ross. Is my voice clear?
Clear.
Clear? Okay. Thanks for the introduction and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our webinar. I'm very happy to have this chance to share with you guys how does feed mill reduce cost and increase efficiency in China. Well, first of all, I'd like to introduce myself briefly. My name is Cui Xiaoqing. You can also call me Tracy. I graduated from Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, and my major is animal science. I used to work in Well Hope as a poultry and technical formulator. Let's start with the my presentation was divided into 4 parts. The first part is feed ingredients and feed market in China, and the second part is factors influencing feed enterprises profitability, and the third part is cost control measures of feed enterprises, and the last part is optimized formulation with bioacids. Let's start with the first part, feed ingredients and feed market in China. Firstly, let's look the feed ingredient prices. In September 2022, the price of corn was $401.77 US dollars per ton, up 7.06% year on year. Then from this graph on the left, these yellow lines are the corn price, and this broken line is the year-on-year change of corn price. We can see that the corn price peaked in March 2022. In September 2022, the price of corn was $401.77 US dollars per ton. Now let's look at the picture on the right. This is a picture to show the corn price and the price changes from 2018 to 2021. the main point of this graph is to show you that the price of corn in China has risen sharply since the start of coronavirus pandemic. I wonder if the price of corn has also risen sharply in your country. And then let's see the price of soybean meal. In September 2022, the price of soybean meal was $606 per ton, up 16.0% year on year. So similarly, soybean meal price have risen sharply, also have risen sharply since like from here, since 2019. Then let's look at the price of DDGS. In September 2022, the price of DDGS was $394.24 per ton, up 10.17% year on year. The price of DDGS, you can see from this graph, the price of DDGS fluctuates greatly. We can see that in September, the price of DDGS has grown up 3 times. Here, and here, grows 3 times. These 2 pictures shows the price trend of peanut meal and corn gluten meal. Their price also continued to increase in China. Finally, there are 2 pictures to show the price of soybean oil. You can see that in September 2022, the price of soybean oil was $1,526.21 per ton, up 14.6% year on year. The price of soybean oil peaked in March, and then here in March, and then expresses a slight decline. But after 2018, the price of soybean oil was also very high, very expensive. Next, let's see the feed yield in China. From January to August 2022, China's cumulative feed output was 203.31 million tons, 7.577 million tons less than the same period last year, and the cumulative output decreased by 2.8% year on year. Next, let's see the it's also feed yield. In October 2022, the feed output was 26.72 million tons in China, decreased 5.7% month on month, and increased 0.2% year on year. Actually, the price of compound feed increased slightly month on month, and the consumption of corn in compound feed produced by feed mills accounted for 34.3%, with a month on month increase of 3.6%. Now let's see the feed in prices revenues. The picture shows the returned profit of some feed companies in the first half of 2022. From this picture on the right, we can see that only Tongwei Group, Hyde Group, and Wellhope Group made a profit, while the rest made a loss. Actually, these three groups are our partners, Lachance partners. Then let's see the second part. The second part is factors in influencing feed enterprises' profitability. In the first part, I introduced the market of feed ingredients in China. The rising price of feed ingredients is one of the factors affecting the feed enterprises' profitability. Besides the price of feed ingredients, what other factors affect the profit of feed mills? This is an online survey. Hundreds of feed mills participate in this survey. We looked into which link should feed enterprises improve to achieve cost reduction and efficiency improvement. In other words, what other factors affecting the profit of feed enterprises? From this graph, from the statistic results, we can see that feed enterprises firstly should focus on the feed nutrition technology, then should focus on the feed ingredients, and also should focus on the corporate strategy and management and production equipment and process. Rising price of feed ingredients cost high feed formula cost. We have talked about that in the first part. Actually, in this table, I would like to show you that testing of feed ingredients and feed products also costs a lot of money every year. Take the data of domestic feed enterprises with an annual output of 100,000 tons as an example. This cost includes reagent cost, electricity, water, instrument, and labor. Let's say 20 moisture, 20 ash, 20 crude protein, 6 crude fat, 3 crude fiber, 3 calcium, and 3 total phosphorus. Phosphorus are tested every day. Then the daily cost here, the daily cost is 218.51 US dollars, and 78,661.98 US dollars per year. It's actually a lot of money, right? You can also try to calculate the cost, the cost of testing ingredients and feed products according to your feed factory. Actually, our company provides our partners the testing service. For example, for feed oil, maybe soybean oil, we provide a fatty acid composition analyze, acid value, per oxide value. For feed and feed ingredients, we provide protein, amino acid, mycotoxins, fatty acids, and ash analysis. If you need this kind of service, you just need to email us and mail the samples to us. This test can help feed mills actually save a lot of money every year. We provide this kind of service for free. And reasonable nutritional index of formula also resulting in invisible losses. For example, a low nutritional index of feed ingredients, but a high nutritional index of formula. If the nutritional index are unreasonable, when you make a formula or optimize a formula, you may need to add more target ingredients, target feed ingredients to match the high nutritional index of formula. So that's why unreasonable nutritional index of formula sometimes results in invisible losses for feed mills. Third, in some feed mills, feed enterprises, the production process also need to improve, otherwise causing unnecessary losses. For example, production process is not reasonable, loss caused by drip and link, also as well as extensive management and low efficiency. There are the factors that cause the losses of feed mills. So now let's see the cost control measures of feed enterprises. Is how do feed enterprises in China to control cost? Well, first of all, substitution of unconventional feed ingredients. You may have heard about the substitution of unconventional feed ingredients from the other speakers through today's webinar. You can actually reduce soybean meal and corn used in feed, substituted by unconventional feed ingredients like cottonseed meal, peanut meal, DDGS, rough rice. As long as these unconventional feed ingredients are controlled in quantities in the formula, actually they don't have any negative effects. Used in the using these unconventional feed ingredients in the right way and in the right amount, these unconventional feed ingredients can actually be very good feedstuffs. Secondly, a precise nutrition formula. What does this mean? This means the nutritional index of the raw material is consistent with the raw material in the actual inventory. The raw materials should be tested as they enter the factory, and also need to update the database of raw material timely. A reasonable product nutrition index should also be set, such as setting of energy, amino acid, fat, and crude fiber, and so on. Also need to increase the frequency of formula adjustment. Sometimes we recommend to optimize the formula 5 days or once a week. Third, you can actually reduce the oil utilization, such as soybean oil, after improving the use ration of oil. From the premier slides, we know that the price of soybean meal was very expensive, so you can actually reduce the oil utilization, but you need to improve the use ration of oil. And you also need to take into account the farming cost. That is, the production performance of poultry should be guaranteed after the oil is reduced. So you when you reduce the oil utilization in feed, you have to improve the use ratio of oil. Fourth, select appropriate functional additives to guarantee the effective of feed. You need to select as needed and avoid hormone genization. Also need to pay attention to protect the liver and intestine to improve immunity. This is because the health of liver and intestine is very important for immunity of poultry. In the last part, I'd like to introduce you how do bioacids, how our product renewal help to optimize formulations. The main ingredients of renewal is 30% bioacid and 70% carrier. The main functions of our product renewal is product liver health, improve fat utilization. Renewal can be used in livestock, poultry, ruminant, and aquaculture. The dosage of renewal in poultry is 200 to 300 gram per ton. This is the action mechanism of our product. How renewal called to be fat nutrition booster. In the first step, bioacids can emulsify fat into small droplets. In the second step, in the step of digestion, renewal help to activate lipids for hydrolyzation. And in the third step, absorption, help fatty acids to carry fatty acids to the small intestine. Renewal bioacid increases fat utilization rate by 14 to 20%, and the essential difference between bioacids and emulsifier is that bioacids participate in the whole three steps of fat utilization. Renewal is also a liver protector. This is because renewal help to prevent fatty liver. This is because renewal can activate of FXR, reduce the deposition of fat in the liver. Renewal can also combine with endotoxin, reduce intestinal absorption of endotoxins, avoid the harm of endotoxin to the intestine and the liver. Renewal can also promote liver cells to secrete a large amount of syn bile, eliminate toxins. It's actually the natural choice of animal body through thousands of years for liver protector. Renewal can also accelerate the degradation of mactoxins. This is because bioacids have non-polar group, so they can help to enhance the water solubility of toxins and enhance the ability of enzymes to hydrolyze toxins in animals. This is a German scientist did this experiment to prove this. Now let's see some cases. In the first cases, we used 3,000 white feather broilers. We did this experiment in 2021 in a vertically integrated feed group. This feed group produced 20,000 feed per month. This is the formula of the feed. From this formula, we can see that after adding renewal, the dosage is 0.02%, and oil was reduced by 6.6%, and ME here we can see that metabolizable energy reduced 30 kilocalorie per kilogram. So the cost reduced by $3.02 per ton, $60,400 per month. 724,800 per year. That's actually a lot of money. Saved a lot of money for this feed group. Let's see the results and the conclusion. Although we reduced the oil added in the feed, but let's see the results and the conclusion. Here is the survival rate. We can see that the optimized feed formulation, the survival rate in the optimized feed formulation, the survival rate increased 0.3%. Here is the FCR. FCR reduced to 0.02, and average body weight. Well, average body weight is a little bit lower than the broilers in the original feed formulation. This is because you can see here the days. Broilers in the test group is 38 days, but in optimized feed formula is 37. This is why the average body weight is a little bit lower in the optimized feed formulation. And this is the EPI. EPI increased 15. Let's see the case 2. Added peanut meal and cotton meal cottonseed meal actually to reduce soybean meal usage. Here is the formula. We used 20,000 15-day-old white for the broilers, and we did this experiment in 2022. It's also a very vertically integrated feed group, but this feed group produced 10,000 feed per month, and here from the formula we can see that after adding cottonseed meal and peanut meal, soybean meal was reduced, right? From 23.8% to 15%, 14.3%. The cost of this formula decreased $2.3 per ton, $23,000 per month, and $276,000 per year. The body weight, the results, the body weight increased 1.2%, and FDR decreased 1.9%. The ROI was 16.47. This is the case 2. Let's see the case 3. This is an experiment that we did in Lachance. We did in this experiment in in a farm in Shandong with 300,000 laying hens. And this is the formula of the feed. From here, we can see that we reduced the use of soybean oil from 1.01% to 0.52%, and we added 0.02% renewal, and the feed cost reduced here, US dollars, reduced almost $2 per ton, and the metabolizable energy decreased by 20 kilocalorie per kilogram, and also the crude protein level. The crude protein level decreased from 16.20 to 16%. This is the results. From the results, we can see that the egg production rate was increased here. Here is the black one is the control group, and the red one is the renewal group. From the table, we can see that the egg production rate increased by 93.7 to 94.3%. And then let's see the broken egg rate. The broken egg rate decreased from 0.8% to 0.61%, and also the mortality. The mortality decreased by 0.09% to 0.05%. Here. So egg production rate increased by 0.6%, and the broken egg rate decreased by 0.19%, and the mortality decreased by 0.04%. Here is the fourth case. We did this is a experiment for a breeder. We used 5,000 breeders in industry in China, and we did this experiment in 2019. From the table, we can see that the laying rate here, the laying rate increased a lot. So after adding renewal 26 days, the egg production rate of breeders decreased slowly. The egg weight, the quality 5 rate of hatching eggs increased significantly. The average daily mortality rate decreased significantly, and the broken egg rate also decreased here from 0.39 to 0.27%. Here I would like to show you some sciences articles. Actually, we have lots of science articles. Let's see the first one. In this science article, the conclusion is effectively enhance the activity of intestinal lipids and lipoprotein lipids, and improve growth performance and carcass trace of broilers. And in the second science article, the conclusion is bioacids supplementation could increase growth performance, alleviate carcass quality, and improve lipid metabolism in broilers. And this is the third article. The conclusion is bioacid supplements can benefit broiler chickens during high ambient temperatures, serving as a new nutritional strategy against heat stress. So in the countries with a high temperature, bioacids can help to against heat stress. The fourth science articles, the conclusion is bioacids can serve as emulsifiers, and when supplemented in broiler chicken diets, they can facilitate the absorption of fat and fat-soluble nutrients. Strictly speaking, bioacids, runule, is not a kind of emulsifier, but has the function of emulsifier. In addition to emulsification, bioacids also have the functions of prevent fatty liver and degrade mycotoxins. Like I said, actually we have lots of science articles. There are 19 science articles available. If you are here, I want to show you all at once. If you are interested, please send us emails. We can send you the science articles to reference. Now, I'd like to briefly introduce our company, Lachance Group. Our company was founded in 2004, which is a feed additive enterprises specialized in animal and plant extraction, and the major products is bioacid. Actually, in the past 3 years, sales have increased by more than 40%, and the products have been exported to more than 45 countries and regions. In 2022, the export value reached $7.8 million. And we also have lots of research center, such as animal hepatobility health research center, poultry fat metabolism regulation research center, aquatic intestate of diseases, resistance and immunity. Here I want to show you the surveys. First of all, the expert support. We have a professional and excellent operation management team with 8 doctors, 20 masters, and 8 EMBA, 30 experts with rich experiments in feed industry. If you have any support that you want us to provide, we can provide you the experts support. And we also have some free detection service, such as mycotoxin testing, lipids and fatty acid testing, liver function, and pathological testing, as well as amino acid testing. If you have any requirements, just send us emails. Here is a picture that I would like to show you our partners. We have lots of partners. More than 1,000 feed mills and farmers are used around the world, such as the Well Hope Group, CP Group, Hyde Group, and so on. And our products have already exported to, like I said, 45 countries and regions. So yes, that's all. That's all about my presentation today. If you have any questions,
Okay.
please.
Thank you, Dr. Chu. Since it is time limited, I have two questions which bring in, and other question I would request you to answer into this. The product Runyon, it is the top spray or mix in the match feed. How you use it?
Wait. Sorry. Can you repeat?
The adding the Runyon, RUNEON, how you pronounce Runyon? Yeah, Runyon. Okay. How you put in a mixer? You put in a mixer or you top spray it?
In the feed mill, feed mills, I mean feed companies, you can put in the mixer, but in the farmers industry, you can just mix with the the feed pellets.
Okay, so can use both mix in the mass feed and put in a pellet miller?
Yes.
Yeah. The next question is how to store it and what type of the bin that need for storage? What is the shelf life?
Or shelf life?
Yeah.
You mean the shelf life of Runyon?
Yeah, Runyon.
Well, if the environment is good, I mean, especially the humidity is not very high. Yeah, you can store it like more than 5 years.
Or it depends on the weather. But how to store in the silo? What is your recommendation?
Well, just to put in the the storage places with the feed ingredients together.
Okay. All right. The next question, the last question.
Yes.
From your part 3, you mentioned that cost control by reducing soybean oil.
Yes.
The audience want to know how much soybean oil can be reduced.
Okay. After adding Runyon, and after improving oil utilization, 3 to 8 kilogram per ton oil, and 30 to 50 kilocalorie per kilogram metabolizable energy can be reduced. Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Dr. Cui and thank you to Lachance Group for organizing such a great webinar today. It's been long, but I see that a lot of audience still stay from beginning till now. On behalf of the audience, would like to thank you to all our great speaker, Dr. Cui, only one lady here in the being the speaker today, Dr. Chaiyapoom, Dr. Akteruzzaman, Dr. Ali, Dr. Ricky Thaper, and Dr. Khaled. So thank you for joining us for today, and hope Lachance will bring us more and more webinar in the future. Thank you so much and have a great evening.